Testing 1, 2, and 3. Microphone check 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's see about this layout. Microphone check. Check. Yes. Shout out to Kwame Brown. Shout out to Kwame Brown's podcast. This will be a bit of an interesting one. Oh, man. I'll say this, though, off rip. I'll understand if people might think I'm being a little bit too hard on Andrew Wilson. Pause. But this needed to be done. This definitely needed to be done. Jesus. Yeah, Andrew Wilson was on the PBD podcast. We'll be going over this segment, particularly from 141 to I think about 157, around the 2 hour mark. It's a 20-minute section where he talks about debating, him being this so-called master debater. Shout out to South Park. And he's going to talk, the conversation is going to shift into what happened that night when he met up with Charlie. Right. So that's going to happen. So we will definitely talk about that part. We will watch that part. Instagram wise, we will cover a couple of videos. Oh man, I'll say this, man. I was supposed to do a stream called Christianity is Dead, but I told you guys I'm not going to do that. But I do have to be, like I said, I said I wasn't going to do a stream like that only because of what happened just personally in my life, and somebody just passed away, and I saw people honoring him even though they had different beliefs from him, and he was a standout individual. So I said I'm not going to do that, but I do have to call out the Christian conservatives. I can't just hide behind, look, I know these people in my life. I got to chill out. But the reason why I have to call out the Christian conservatives is because these people are a big black eye in the man space, or when it comes to talking about men's problems. B. Watkins, man, what's happening, man? So he said this, are we already making fun of, hold on, let me make the super chat. Let me make the chat. Let me make the chat a little bit bigger. Here we go. He said, we already making fun of Cuxon Andrew, or do we wait for a warm up? Well, he's going to begin to smoke most of it. Obviously, we're going to warm up a little bit. We're not going to go straight into it, but he's going to begin to smoke, and really Christians in general. This whole episode. So I'm talking about black Christians, white Christians, they all getting the smoke tonight, man. So it is what it is with that situation. But I have to, we need to set a standard. We need to set a standard. Because unfortunately, because we didn't set a standard by casting Andrew Wilson to the side when we should have, when he got exposed, well, not necessarily exposed, but when he got put on blast by Charlie, everybody was they were looking at him like, oh, this is another person in the manosphere that got caught with a single mom. This is this part right here. We have to draw a line. we have to draw a line. We can't be making fun of Donovan Sharp or any of these other people, and then we give Andrew Wilson a pass. No, we can't do that. We can't do that. And especially when it comes to Andrew Wilson, where he had the opinion where he said that the red pill or people in this red pill space are just the flip side. We're the flip side of feminism. When Andrew Wilson got mad enough, when he got frustrated enough in the CGA debate, he turned into a normie. Oh, red pill is just the flip side of feminism. I'm like, oh, really? That's how you really feel about the space. But you want to still continue to be on what's it the whatever podcast, which is another trash show. We do all of these. He does all of that LARP in the space, politic in the space, and then he's gonna talk. And then he's gonna act like there's we're the flip side of feminism. Are you kidding me? And this is the person that people say that they look up to. Nah, nah, nah. I don't buy it. But man, yeah, he said, "How's it going, Chris?" Yeah, because we just went. I'm sorry, we went straight into it. But yeah, I'm all right, man. I'm good, man. Um, I've been having to make some changes, but you keep pushing, keep pushing. But we like I said on this channel, we got to set a standard. We have to set a standard. Shout out to Pyro with the $5 super chat. Damn, off rip, man. Shout out to Pyro already blessing the show.
Donations. 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 Gifts. 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 More gifts. More gifts.
Oh yeah, by the way, he says you two people put this ninja in the shadow band category. Oh yeah, by the way, people want to talk about Andrew Wilson and all these people being based. By the way, I'm shadow banned. It's been confirmed by other people. Like I saw I'll see it in passing. Like I'll go on certain people's platforms and they're like, oh yeah, I searched Chris Mike's channel. This is what they say. It's like it's a decent channel, but he's definitely shadow banned. That's like underlined shadow ban on the thing. I'm like, damn, already. But like I said, when you make this kind of content, particularly me, with anything that's first of all anything that's MGTOW related is gonna be shadow banned. People are not having that. Right, but particularly the message that we push out there, the people that I talk about, right? And mind you, I stay on the Christian conservatives neck a lot. Most of the times I don't even talk about the liberals a whole lot, not as much as I really talk about the conservatives, yet I'm shadow banned. So this is the theme I've been getting, like even my friends in life. I'm talking about my friends in real life. I'll say, just type this in, and they'd be like, dude, I can't find you. I'm like, what? Yep. I was like, God damn it. So it's gonna, like I said, it's gonna be hard for me it's an uphill battle for me. It's gonna be definitely gonna be an uphill battle because I really want to get the message out there. But at the end of the day, I have to set a standard. And I'm really starting to find out that for these past couple of months, particularly since November, Andrew Wilson has a lot of reach. Pause. He has a lot of reach. So there's certain people that can go up in the algorithm, certain people that really can't push what they want. There are certain people that are plugged with certain people. So that's why you'll see certain people can get a push. But Andrew Wilson has a lot of reach. I had to really him and the crew, the Crucible crew, right? Oh yeah. Pyro said the flip side of feminists, I don't know, no women hold other women accountable like how the RP hold other men accountable and telling them to get better. Facts. even in the the PUA community, I've seen way more men get held accountable in the PUA community than any feminist regime. And by the way, we're not backed. Our message is not backed by the government. We don't get funding by the government. In fact, all of our channels, even the grifters, are put on terrorist lists. We were put on the DHS, or sorry, how about I won't say we, but many of manosphere related content or manosphere related channels, even the channels that weren't even part of the manosphere, their channels got put on a terrorist watch list. Feminists are have been government funded, not only government funded, have had laws passed because of what feminists have pushed and have politicked. So there's there's no even comparison. But like I said, with Andrew Wilson, he felt like he was backed in a corner with CGA. He turned into a normie. He turned into a normie in that debate. And that told me everything I needed to know. I was like, okay, yeah, I'm like, he's even worse than I thought. Even worse. So we gotta be I'm definitely smoking on the Andrew Wilson's on an Andrew Wilson pack as much as I can get, as much as I can. We got to set a standard, right? We have to, and particularly B Watkins. I know you were talking about Chronic when you felt like you said that you felt that Chronic was soft on him, but then I told you what Andrew Wilson likes to do, and I've been seeing this. It's a pattern. He just holds debates hostage where you can't bring up, oh, you can't bring up family, you can't bring up personal. It's He does that on purpose. He knows what, like Andrew Wilson. He's not like he's smart enough. Like he's Andrew Wilson is what I would like to call marginally talented, right? He's the guy. He's marginal talent, right? He's good at debating people that are not debaters, but he's a self-proclaimed debater. So I'll give him that. But when it comes to talent, the real talent debaters, or the people that can really push him, and you're seeing that with a lot of these conservatives, they can't they're completely outclassed, right? So the Andrew Wilson is the definition of marginal talent, especially when it comes to just debating. But anyway, he said American Christians worship women, not God. Facts. I wish I could. I don't know. Can I pin that comment that you just? I wish I can pin chats into the comment section, but let me continue reading this. He says American Christians worship women, not God. They would sell out Jesus to simp more for women and commit usury to help gain more resources for them. I just wish dudes like that, like particularly, the Christians or the Christian conservatives, even the far right Christian conservatives, even though they're never going to get it. But I just hope Christian conservatives understand, like, the more you do, the more you simp like this, the less respect that women will even have for you. And at the end of the day, a woman cannot serve a man that they can't respect. So there's plenty of there's plenty of women that have my back. They respect me, but they don't agree with nothing I say, especially when it comes to this channel. But they still respect me enough to not put me on blast. They still respect me enough to not bring it up to my peoples. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. So respect, at the end of the day, is all about the respect. I think American Christians, particularly Christian American men, they do this because they think that, oh, it's gonna this woman is gonna love me if I do this, but it just doesn't work that way. I'm telling you, it don't work that way. But they can't help themselves. They if they just understood, like, the less that they tried to be like to gain to gain their to gain them liking them. They're so worried about whether or not women are gonna like them or not, or women are gonna deem me cool. Man, they got the game messed up. Boy, let me tell you, man. I'll say this: the men that I saw, particularly the Christian men that I saw that had the most respect, I'm talking about from the community, are the people that put the purpose first. Not women first. I'm talking about the purpose, the message first. Those are the men that I saw gain the most respect from my vantage. From I'm talking about from my vantage point. But a lot of people, they always want to they cater their message towards women liking them. So, like, for example, I know a good man, right? Like a good man, you know, it's a good utility, no disrespect. But at the end of the day, he'll be like, if he sees a young lady that's not doing the right thing, he'll be like, why would you do this to yourself? He won't mince words. And she'll be like, nah, don't worry about that. But then later down the line, she'll be like, he's the only dude that was actually worried about my life. And I have to give him his proper respects for that. And he wasn't trying to hit on me. My cousin my cousin got an exclusive from one of these IG so-called famous, IG baddies. And you know what her reason was? She was like, you're the only black man that didn't hit on me at the gym. You're the only person that didn't try to approach me and basically bother me. And that intrigued her so much that she went out of her way to see what was up with him. And mind you, my cousin, he's good with women. He's great with women in terms of he's a great salesman. But that's how if dudes just understood, don't worry about that. If you're going into every single situation, what are the hoes are going to think about me, or even what are people going to think about me? You're holding yourself back. He said, yeah, I concluded that Chronic was limited by Wilson's rules because he knows Chronic would have been harder had it been less moderated. But like a guy like Andrew Wilson, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. Exactly. And I see it. You said Wilson basically knows how to set up his battles, unlike others. He knows what he's doing. And then on top of that, his the people under him, the people his underlings, I've been seeing some of these people, aka, you know, uh his fitness trainer, right? No disrespect. He does the same exact thing. But I'll say this too. Like, remember when I was talking about the channel Cool One VC, right? And I was like, wait a minute, y'all, you guys are siding with Andrew Wilson on this. And I asked in the chat, so what's your situation? He said, well, I'm in love. And I'm like, okay, but like what's like your actual situation? And he goes on to say, well, I'm in a great situation. I mean, I married a woman with a kid. I've never been to family court, but she has. And I was like, oh my God. And I was just like, I'm gonna just go on about my day. And I'm not trying to put Cool One VC out on blast. He said this, but this is not good, man. Like, what? You would have brought, I'm talking about, you were have been able to avoid the family court system for umpteenth years, and then you end up taking on a woman with a kid, and she's already been in family court, but she has custody of her kid. I'm like, you can't put two and two together. I'm like, I hope he didn't do nothing stupid like adopt the kid, because I was about to go in, but when he said his situation, I was like, oh my God, this is not good, you know. XBY Jay Z said, dang, that's deep about American Christians. Watkins says the issue is far right Christians' fundamentals and doctrine is too simpery for women's fertility worship less than worship of God. In the Bible, the more you simp, the weaker you become. But a lot of them, they don't even really understand, because this is the thing too. Because we, yes, young men are becoming more conservative. That's a good thing. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Trust me, but I'm saying what we're doing is low key. Even though that's good, but there's negatives to that. Back in the day, men were not conservatives. Even when you're talking about the 50s and 40s, it was the women that were more conservative. It was the women that were dragging men into church because they had to. Now it's flipped. Now you have dudes trying to drag girls into church. It was the men that were the more liberal. We was doing what, like, we did what was convenient for us. They had to drag us into church, right? So this is where we're literally seeing a whole gender role like flip or reversal. I don't know how to say it. Like that's like when I grew up, it was like all the dudes' testimony in church was this. Man, I knew this pretty girl, but yeah, she was letting me smash, but she was a church girl, so I couldn't. So I wanted to be around her more, so I joined this church. This is those are the dudes that I saw growing up. Now it's flipped. It's flipped. You got these girls on podcasts saying, "Oh yeah, I met this respectable dude, but he wouldn't do this because he's." I'm like, whoa, what's happening? So this is the cons when we talk about the pros and cons of this and that. You have these men out here that are conservatives or more or they lean right, but they have very limited experience with women, particularly women around their age. So by the time they hit a certain age, they can get got. Because what do we usually tell men? You gotta be around a woman that wants you, but you already know hoes or predator or predatorial women in general, they know who to choose. They know who the suckers are. So they're gonna bat their eyes, smile right, do all this stuff right to a man that they think is not really well versed with women, and he's like, oh my gosh, she really likes me, and she's gonna let him smash. Don't let these people. I know women like to talk about being celibate, and those women, yes, they can pull like that as well, but they're gonna let him smash. They're gonna let him smash. They're not going to tell that young man that they have a kid. She's going to love bomb him with sex, and by the time she reveals she has a kid, or she's two kids, two baby daddies in, it's gonna be too late. It's gonna be too late. He's already too. Because where else is he gonna get sex from? Where else is he gonna find a woman that loves him like that in his mind? So this is the negative side effect of not really allowing young men to sow their oats sexually, where we basically gaslit ourselves into becoming virgins late in our 20s and stuff like that, right? So now you got these dudes out here because they because you know how women are. Oh, you guys want virgin women, but you guys are not virgins too. So unfortunately, this is what happened when men listen to women. So you'll have men, they'll think, okay, by staying abstinent, God's gonna give me the right woman for me. No, 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 no. But thankfully, I'll say this. Thankfully, I didn't fall for that. You know, thankfully, I didn't fall for that. XVYJZ says, I naturally enjoy my own company and have purpose bigger than women, and that attracts women. That's what people don't understand. I keep telling people when I was on tour, and I was struggling on tour, mind you. I was struggling playing wise. but I was so focused on just trying to be better and coming up with solutions to be better that there were many, I'm talking about many times where my own bandmates was literally had to shake me and they were like, "Yo, Chris, you know this she's been eyeballing you the whole night. How about the girl that talked to you after the show?" I was like, "Bro, but I got to go back on the RV. What do we think? Hey, did you get her number or something?" The more you, but I was like, I was not even thinking about that because I was thinking about, damn, I'm so behind on my verbiage. I'm so behind on my playing. I don't know this chord. I don't know that. 'Cause you know how musicians we tend to be very hard on ourselves. But this is what happens. And low key, that's why musicians began a lot of hoes too, because we're not even really worried. We were not even worried about that part because that part is always going to be there. We worried about our next lick. We worried about our next gig. We worried about practice and all this stuff. Hopefully, nobody's stealing our spot. All this stuff we weren't about. Exactly. He said the issue is conservatives want to have a 1950s society. They want basically because they don't know what the 1950s was like. They have no idea. They think it was just they it was a bubble. It was a period of time. It was right after what, like World War II. Hope I'm saying this stuff right. Right after World War II, you had all these dudes out here. Women really needed husbands during that time. If he was a man with a pension and a job and this, but like you didn't need much. Like you could be an average man and have a family and a job and a pension and a gun, right? So that was a specific bubble in time, but they act like that women were like the happiest, and that's actually not true. There was a lot of women that were actually struggling during that time, mentally wise, right? So much so they don't understand. Yes, men, the average man was in a great position in terms of having a family, but the women of that time, they didn't really like that position that they were in as housewife or trad so-called trad wife. So much so, by the time that no fault divorce was implemented, women were rushing out of traditional households, right? By the time they were able to get have the tool to leave, hoes left in droves. You know what I mean? Yes. XVYJC said, we are worried about legacy, and legacy is who you will be remembered as and your accomplishments outside of wife and kids. Kids are not legacy. So, yeah, because not right now, the young men now, they think legacy is family. Like I said, it's a whole general, like it used to be women thought your legacy was family. Family is important. Now, it's the young men that are more family oriented than the young women. So it's a really bad imbalance. This is why it's not a good idea to be ushering men into church, particularly when you know the type of women that are waiting for them or coming into church. Just when you see people like Lily Phillips and Nala Ray, and these people are the way they're hustling their religion, hustling the Christian religion, it should show you everything you need to know about what's happening. But they're too, I don't know if the right word is stubborn. Oh yeah, by the way, man, shout out. So speaking of Christianity, I wanted to show you this story real quick because I thought it was kind of funny. I thought it was kind of funny. It's messed up. I find it so messed up. I find stuff like this funny. So there's a famous gospel musician who actually has great music, by the way, great music. Donnie McClurkin. So they said a lawsuit claims that Donnie McClurkin abused a young man during the Pray the Gay Away sessions. Right? So there's a lot of gospel artists or gospel pastors or preachers lately who have been making the news for all the wrong reasons, right? So Donnie McClurkin is one of them. He's one of those guys. Um, here's the problem with black people. We always be making jokes about a situation. So it was so much people in the joke in the comment sections that had me laughing. People were quoting his lyrics. Somebody said, "Great is your mercy." In the comment section, they wild, man. But it's weird, seeing these people, particularly like the gospel artists that you saw. I'll say in my case, like I used to listen to Donnie McClurkin CDs and like try to like and emulate what I heard and then put it on the piano just to learn what these chords are or to learn the progressions. Donnie McClurkin's CD, I'm talking about the one in that was really famous. He did a C. I know he's been famous since the '90s, obviously, but he did a CD where he live in London. That's what the album is called. It's a CD that he did live in London in a concert, and it had his songs on there. It was literally because of that CD I can play. There's this. I used to be like, okay, what key should I play in? I don't know what key I'm playing in. One of his songs on there was the first key. I was like, oh, I'm playing this in A flat. And that's the song. Yeah, We Fall Down. We Fall Down. I learned We Fall Down. That's one of the first gospel songs I learned on the keyboard, like in full. We Fall Down. And then I learned another song on there. Shoot, another pastor had joined him on the track. But anyways, those are like the first two gospel songs that I knew fluently was Donnie McClurkin's song. So it's crazy when you see stuff like this. Now, my mom had already educated me on who Donnie McClurkin was before he was a Christian, right, or a gospel artist. So I knew early on as a kid that Donnie McClurkin had. He said that he used to be gay, but he said that he's not gay no more. But that's cap. We already know that's we already know, particularly when it comes to gospel artists, we know that's cap. So so this is where when I see stuff like this come out, maybe it is somebody looking for a payday because I don't believe that he abused any young men. I think he was still messing with young men, right? He was still sleeping, particularly with young men. So it's one of these. I don't think there was no abuse. I don't think so. I think he was messing with young men. Now that's still a no go. But this has been a big problem in the Christian church for a while. For a while. So, particularly you have these young men out here, they want to hold up the church in the air, but they don't even understand the circus, particularly what church has always been, but what church is definitely has become. And these are the things that you're gonna be seeing. But shout out to Donnie McClurkin because dude, even recently with Donnie McClurkin, um, somebody had asked me, somebody who looks up to me, she was like, what gospel, like I need to look up like a gospel artist to really which gospel songs should I learn so I can get better with my playing. So obviously I gave her the usual stuff, but then I said, me personally, the Donnie McClurkin CD. and, and mind you, this is me already knowing that he's gay and all of that. But these guys made great music, man. Gotta give it to them. They made great music. Oh man. Oh, let me hit this comment real quick. B. Watkins says, I always said that the 1950s is the age when the most mediocre men could rise up, when today's superior men who work harder have issues rising up. Facts. Facts. This is why people, particularly conservatives, they tend to idealize a certain time frame. They don't even really have they have no ideas what the idea what the 1950s what the 1950s was or the 1960s. XVYJZ says young as in 18 or older or underage. So according to this, the young man was 21. So right here it says the plaintiff Giuseppe Corletto. Let me zoom in real quick. Right? He says the plaintiff Giuseppe Corletto says he was 21 in 2003 when he sought guidance from a clerkin while struggling to reconcile his sexuality with his faith, according to NBC News. Now, I'm looking at this thing. Now, I'm not seeing I'm not really seeing grape, but they're saying that he was touched by him. So I don't, so these are things I don't know. I can't confirm or I cannot confirm. When it comes to, I'll say this, when it comes to particularly young men or men in general, it's harder for men to come out because they're usually not taken seriously. And you could like you looking at the comment section, people making jokes. So I'll leave that up to the birds for that one. But shout out to Donnie McClurkin. It is what it is. He said, "Oh, so okay, so possibly a gay 21-year-old as well." Yeah, but that's the 21-year-old. Well, he was 21 years old at the time when he said he met Donnie. So he clearly now he's a older man now, right? But you know, I can't say I don't whether I don't believe him or I believe him or I don't believe him. I don't know. Oh, yes. So B. Watkins says, LOL, Chris Mike, I find it funny. The day of your top 10 Simp stream, you mentioned this year Will Smith was going to have a Zimp crash out, and the next day allegations against him has come out. So yeah, I saw that as well. But the things like when things like that come out, that doesn't surprise me, right? Remember, I be watching Corey Holcomb and these like Corey Holcomb was the person that really opened my eyes to a lot of these people where I was like, I just been ignoring it. I just been ignoring the rainbowness, even though it's like right in front of me. So, especially with guys like Will Smith. So when these people come out, it confirms that, oh yeah, Will Smith is gay. Now I don't know if he abused that young man. I don't know if he did something to that young man, but yeah, because we, excuse me, that's why I said like, yeah, Will Smith he is what he is. I've been saying this even like remember when AJ will have me on the channel and he'll ask me, okay, Chris, who do you think is the biggest simp? Prince Harry, Russell Wilson, Will Smith, Dwayne Wade, right? He would always give me those four, and I'd always say, well, I kind of leave Will Smith and Dwayne Wade at the bottom because I think they're in the closet, right? So it's Hollywood. It's Hollywood, right? Or I'll say it like this: it's the entertainment industry. It is what it is. Like even me, I had to get over my uncomfortableness, right, when it comes to people of that ilk. Because if I'm gonna be in the industry or playing instruments in the industry, you're just going to be around people like that, right? So it's just something that I had to, whatever. It is what it is. It's the industry, and then especially if you grew up in church or if you've been in churches, you've seen gay choir directors, gay musicians. I've played with gay musicians. They didn't say they were gay, but it's like, yeah. Yeah, we know. Mind you, girls will be in love with these dudes, but in the background, Anyways, I don't want to put them on blast. Yep, he said everyone knew. He said he's not gay, he's Hollywood. Yeah. Here's the thing. Remember when Corey Holcomb got hate for saying what Will Smith was on the Cam Newton show? Hold on for a sec. Hold on for a second, man. Let me look at this. Corey Holcomb, Cam Newton, Will Smith. Oh, I almost typed in Will Simp. So I remember this had went viral, and people got mad.
Now, there are celebrities who have accepted the poly and non-monogamous relationships. Some we know, Will Smith and Jada, they've been open about they have an open relationship.
But Will like guys. Will like guys.
How you know?
I live in LA. Does that make sense to you?
No.
I live in Los Angeles. There's a lot of opportunities I don't get because
So I remember when this had went viral when he went on Cam's pod. Oh, Corey just better than her. He called everybody gay. And then and then you know what the crazy part is? Like Diddy will get in trouble, and all these people will get in trouble for being gay and all this stuff. And then they'll go on the Corey Holcomb. You'll have people on Corey Holcomb show be like, "Hey, Corey, why are you not talking about Diddy? He's been talking about this nigga for years. He's been talking about Will Smith for years. Oh, he's not gonna go over it now." And then instead of people apologizing and saying, "Oh, you know what? He said this. I thought this. He was actually right about this. Let me give him his props." No, Corey Holcomb will make another prediction or put something else out there, and they'll just say, "Oh, he's just bitter and hurt that he's not making it in Hollywood." Yeah. Yeah, they do. He said, to be fair, people always turn a blind eye to what these Hollywood actors are. He said, like, people do realize actors are all just professional liars. That's how I look at actors and actresses. They're literally they're paid to be somebody that they're not. But people will hold them up in a pet like on a whole pedestal. Like, I don't even have a favorite actor. I don't even have a favorite actress or an actor. Like, I'll have respect for certain actors, but like I don't have a favorite actor. Like, I'm like, these are actors. These people are degenerates. No disrespect. These people are complete. We be having these Oscars, all these award shows honoring these people. Like, these people are better than your local doctor, right? Your local community servicemen. I like, people really be holding up actors in the air like these are good people. I mean, bruh, like these are not like I remember even Corey Holcomb had said this. He said, like, look, we're entertainers, we're degenerates. And I appreciated Corey Holcomb for not even excluding himself on that. Right? Even as a musician, we think a little bit differently, especially if you're a musician in the industry or a musician trying to get into the industry, trying to get in. There's something wrong with us, right? We don't even deny our degeneracy, but people tend to hold these people up in the air. I've never understood that, but yeah, I live in LA. He said it might sound dumb, but yeah, I get it. Tons of gays there. XVYJZ said Cam looks spooked. He didn't want that treatment Eddie Murphy gave to that transformer he was helping. Oh yeah, I heard about that. I remember that was viral a little bit. This, like, I remember people were talking about this 10 years ago. And I heard it via I heard it via Lord Jamar on Vlad TV. And that's when I started getting privy to that rumor. I heard it was a rumor though, but it was a lot of people like, yeah, this might be true. Like, respectable people that said, yeah, there's something to the allegate to that. So I can't dismiss the the rumor about him being with the Transformer. So I did hear about that, but that was like 10 years ago. I heard about that. No disrespect. Let me see. He said the only ones, yeah, exactly. He said the only actors I have some respect for are the ones who keep quiet, do their job, treat acting like it is, dress up, and just go home and avoid all the stuff. Yeah, the ones that I don't hear nothing from, but they are the best at what they do. Those are my favorite ones. The ones that are like really good at what they do, and then they don't try to lecture people. Like, it's like Ricky Gervais said. He said, "Look, if you're an actor and you win an award, just thank your family, thank your agent, thank your God, and go home. We don't want to hear about, you know, all the nonsense, all your political, your SJW. So just thank your family, thank your God, thank your agent, and just leave us alone." Shout out to Ricky Gervais. I hope I'm saying his name right. He said, "Oh, it's not on the, it's not. It's on the news and on 60 Minutes." Oh, okay, all right. Because I just remember it was something like 10 years. I heard about that 10 years ago. So I don't know. I don't know if it's the same. Was it just like one? I think, like, from what I heard, it was like one transformer. But you know what that means. That means it's not only just one. So I gotta be. I can't dismiss. I can't dismiss it then. Dude, there's a person that I used to work with back in 2023. Back in 2020, there was a person I used to work with. He was in the closet. He was in the closet, but we like, my guy put me on to the gig, put me on to this person. So he put me into the sub role in terms of just filling in on keyboard. But as I observed him, I'm like, oh yeah, he's definitely that. But I didn't. He never came out as that. He just recently came out as a transformer, right? So now those are like three people now on my resume. These are like three people now. Now that's third person on my resume where I'm like, oh man, this is not looking good for me. So it is what it is what it is at this point, man. It's the entertainment industry, it's the Hollywood industry, the music industry is full of these guys, man. So you just gotta be prepared for rainbow. XVY Chasey said, "Okay, I'm done being a chatty." Oh man, the Dame Dash lingo forever lives on. Oh, and I know you guys saw. Actually, I'm gonna leave that for another time. Let's go into Andrew Wilson. I think we could go into Andrew Wilson. I see 16 people in the chat. Let me talk. Let me go into Andrew Wilson. Okay. I was gonna show the. I know you guys heard of the Pastor Jamal Bryant thing about his wife. Like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. And Corey Holcomb has said it best, and I'm gonna that's gonna be a separate live. I'm gonna talk about that on a separate live. Let's focus on Andrew Wilson on this one. So Andrew Wilson went on the PBD podcast, and when I saw this segment and the clips of it, it was absolutely ridiculous. Where you're basically bragging with two other grown men on the podcast about owning 18/19-year-old liberals. Like, this is not good. This is like me as a soccer player. That's like me bragging about being good at co-ed soccer. Like, this is not good. Or bragging about, like, that's like me bragging about me as a freshman high school soccer player dominating the varsity high school girls and beating them 4-0 or 5-0 or whatever the score is. Like, this is not good. This was not a good look. So when I saw the segment on PBD, and I listened to the 30 minutes part that I wanted to hear, because that's really all I wanted to hear about his reaction towards what happened with Charlie and him talking about debating. So that's what I wanted to that's what I wanted to focus in on. And I'm gonna have to call him out in this segment. Oh, and I'm right on time too. It's 8:50. Oh, perfect. That's around the time I wanted to talk about this anyway. So here we have Salty Christian 2528. I don't know if he's a bot or not. No disrespect. Right. He says Democrats are ridiculous. I don't know if you're talking about the Jamal Bryant thing. Oh yeah, by the way, with Pastor Jamal Bryant, you know, I went on Dr. L's channel. I don't know if you guys know who Dr. L is. There were people, there were people defending Pastor Jamal Bryant's wife wearing a see-through dress in public. I was like, bro, you can't make this. People in his chat. Well, you know, it was BW's in his chat defending Pastor Jamal Bryant's wife. I was flabbergasted, but I don't know why. I was shocked that I was shocked. So, because I had to snap out of it. I was like, okay, never mind. That community is cooked. He said that's like talking ish about someone, but not talking to them directly. But like with Andrew Wilson, I don't know how you're gonna, like, there's no way. If I'm gonna go on a podcast like PBD, I'm gonna actually speak on some real issues. And I'm pretty sure throughout most of the interview he did, but most of it was him just patting himself on the back for being a decent debater. Oh, by the way, guys, in too deep, he's trolling. He said, first of all, you got to use the right terminology. It was flesh colored, not see through. I gotta make a separate stream about this. That's a whole other stream. I got a clown on that. I had to make a separate stream, but I'm gonna make it as I'm gonna show Jamal Bryant's response, and then I'm gonna bring in Corey Holcomb's response to that situation, because Corey Holcomb was he already let people know about, you know, these pastors and guys like Jamal Bryant. His wife, oh yeah, his wife has a BBL too. The first lady of that church has a BBL. So that church, whoever is following that church, they're cooked, right? But yeah, in Jamal Bryant's defense, when he was trying to defend his wife, he's like, first of all, it wasn't see-through, it was flesh colored. I was just like, oh my God. Yeah, that's gotta be, that's a separate stream. I gotta do that on a separate stream. But anyways, let's start cooking right here. This is Andrew Wilson on the PBD podcast. By the way, I don't really like this guy as well either. I forgot his name right here, but anyways.
Who has spooked you in a debate? Who's gotten you raged? Who's gotten you fully like pissed off where you're like, you wanted to, you know, destroy them, but they actually got you a little bit?
I mean, that's happened a few times in various debates. The thing is I've debated with hundreds of people
Sure.
over the years. You know what I mean? And over that course, you're going to lose your cool from time to time. People often will take personal jabs. They'll attack you, this and that. It's very trendy for people to attack my wife, for instance. They know that
So right there already, I'm like, he's on BS. And this is where I was like, what kind of hoe ass nigga you gotta be? I'm like, you don't want to give one person credit for at least, okay, this person got me here. Bro, you know how, you know, sometimes I like to brag about my soccer playing, you know, even the, you know, athletes in general, we be bragging about ourselves for no reason. You know, it is what it is. It's the ego. Dude, I still know there are certain people I remember their name, their jersey number. My strength when I was playing soccer was being good at 1v1. I was basically unstoppable with 1v1, right? But I still remember the defenders. I still remember the certain ones that got me, that where I could not get my way on them. I remember them, or certain opponents that pissed me off, and I know who they are. And I give them, I'm talking about, I remember them from like 10 years ago, and I give them credit to this day for stopping me or getting the best of me, right? I'll never forget this one. It was this one white dude. He played the 6th position. I was the number 10. He played the 6th position. He outclassed me. Straight up, just outclassed me. I couldn't get near him. Mind you, he never fouled me once, but he outclassed me. He controlled the game. He made me like by the time I left the field, I really had to rethink my style of play after playing against him. Now, I never got his name. I just know he was from a certain town in Connecticut. I can't say the name of the town. But he really had me rethinking my life. And then there's like two or three other people. Two people off the top. This one Ecuadorian dude, fast little midget type dude, but I could not get past him. And then there's this one bigger black dude where he just roasted me the whole game. These are like the few people I know off top. So that's just me. Now, I like you'll have even Michael Jordan will say, all right, this guy got the best of me. This guy is good at this. You'll have Kobe Bryant. He gives Tony Allen his credit. You'll have some of the let's take an NFL example. You have Tom Brady. He always gives Ed Reed his credit. Bill Belichick gives Ed Reed his credit. like they'll talk about how oh man, the Ravens be getting the best of me. These are like some of the I'm talking about the greatest athletes in the world can humble themselves and be like, okay, this guy, this guy was so tough. Aaron Donald, he talks about the Eagles. He talks about Kelsey. I forgot what his first name is, right? Aaron Donald. Even the greatest athletes in the world, or even the greatest philosophers and all, they will say, oh, this guy was this. He said this that really challenged my point of view, blah, blah, blah. Right? The reason why I'm a fan of Corey Holcomb, right? Undead Chronic, these people, they challenged my point of view. They gave me something, no homo, where it challenged everything that I thought. And this is why I have massive respect. I have massive respect for people like that, right? But as part of being a man is just being like, okay, yes, this is my field of expertise. This guy got the best of me, right? Him right here. Oh, I didn't know, it's just I can't really find a guy, and then sometimes things get. Come on, man, just give a name, give somebody some props, show a bit of humility. Like when I heard that first part, I was like, oh, this dude, what a hoe. B. Watkins says Wilson sounds like a bitch, acts like one, and is one. Yeah, he's being disingenuous. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, bro. He said even Allen Iverson got he said even Allen Iverson crossed up Jordan a few times. Like, I'm like, people really got like, oh my God. There's even athletes that are currently playing and they'll give a current athlete props. But you can't do that as a so-called master debater. Right? And he's not even close to being the best debater. I'm talking about not even close. But he doesn't want to just at least give somebody some props. But this is where he's going to look stupid in a little while right here.
One of the pathways to attack somebody who has a family is what? It's through the family, right? This is a way that they can try to get a rise out of you, various things like this. So there's been multiple instances where this has happened where, I'm human. I'm going to get upset from time to time. Usually that's not the case. I don't think that you can judge or assess a person's
Ninja, answer the question.
entire body of work on whether or not they get upset here and there when they're debating various people, especially if people are bad faith or they're clip farming. I get that a lot. I'll be debating with people, especially TikTokers, and they're all just clip farming. They're looking for rage bait, in other words.
Yeah. So what's his name? Muhammad Ali. As much as they call him the greatest of all time,
I just saw something in the comments. Somebody said he doesn't have to give anyone shit. So I just Googled something. Real quick. Michael Jordan says his toughest opponent. And I remember he did talk about this. He said Michael Jordan often cited smaller, quick guards as his toughest one-on-one matchups, naming Muggsy Bogues, Damon Stoudemire. People might not know who that is. The Raptors drafted him in the 90s. Rod Strickland and especially Allen Iverson, while also acknowledging the challenge from Gary Payton, his overall defensive intensity, though he famously dismissed John Starks as a problem. Right. And then how about this? I remember Gary Payton. When Gary Payton went into the Hall of Fame, he brought up John Stockton. He said John Stockton was harder to guard than Michael Jordan. Right. So these are like men who are at the top when it comes to their crafts. Right. And these guys were still willing to honor another man for giving them a tough time. Why can't you, Mister? just you know what I mean? Oh yeah. I know who you're talking about. So Jesus, Jordan also, I think he cited a Serbian. I know who you're talking about. I forgot his name. He died in the 90s. He died he was this dude. He could shoot the lights out. This tall white dude that played his position. But he died. He died in the 90s in a car crash or something like that. I know who you're talking about, but I'm blanking on his name. Jordan had talked about him as well. But yeah, I'll say this for me. Oh yeah. Like when I play soccer, the toughest opponents for me, in my opinion, were guys that were smaller than me, which is weird because I'm 5'7". But those guys, for some reason, they tend to be quicker than me for some reason, or people around my size that were actually quick and could read the game. So those were like the more tougher opponents where I had to think a little bit quicker, right? But thankfully, my game was flexible enough to where I could play all over the field. But these are the it's easy for me to be like, oh yeah, this is. So off rip, he when this guy, I'm blanking on this guy's name. He's just asking him who was the guy that got you right in a debate. And for me personally, from what I saw recently, I'm not even gonna say Charlie, even though she did get him, but it was a 6-hour debate. So I'm assuming that Charlie was talking about men can be women and women can be men. So I'm pretty sure you won that part of the debate. So I'm not even going to say Charlie. But seeing the CGA debate, mind you, CGA is not even a debater. And when I watched that debate, you lost against a non-debater. So I was like, so that was the first thing that came to mind. But when he asked him that question, he took that as an attack. He was like, well, some people, they like to attack the fit. Nobody's talking about that. Who gave you the hardest time as a debater? That's all he asked. This dude went into straight defense mode. You know what I mean? This is that's all he said. He said, I love using Gary Payton on my 2004 NBA Live PlayStation game. But yeah, people don't understand, people thought that Gary Payton was hating on Michael Jordan, but particularly big athletic black guys, most of them will tell you this. Their harder guard is not necessarily another athletic dude. It'll be some smaller white dude that you think that, oh, I got him. Nope. You're not even going to be able to touch him that day. He's gonna make sure he puts himself in strategic positions where he's still roasting you and you can't get near him. Those are the ones that frustrate you the most, where you can't even touch them. So that's why Gary Payton said that John Stockton is a harder guard than Michael Jordan. But people took it as, he's attacking Michael Jordan, But people don't understand that.
The guy has lost 6 times. You know this, right? Do you know his record?
Muhammad Ali?
Yeah. He's the GOAT.
Is he?
Yeah. Who would you put ahead of him? Look at his record. 56 and 5.
Mm-hmm.
56 and 5. And if you ever go to the Muhammad Ali, didn't we go to the Muhammad Ali Museum together? Vinny?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. And you see all the times you go downstairs, they got this place in the basement, which that day we were there. Who was there? Bob Costas was there?
Bob Costas
Who was the
just
small
walking-
guy? Bob
That
Costas.
was him.
The Bob Costas.
Yeah.
Can you pull up Bob Costas to see if that's him or not?
Yeah, I think the guy's name that Michael Jordan was talking about. Yeah, it was like Drago or Dragosevich. It was one. It was his. He had a long ass name like that. He could shoot the lights out. Like he was one of the first of his kind, right? Yeah. B. Watkins says Andrew debates like a liberal, meaning all he does is extend the debate by asking endless hypothetical questions. And what's the definition of what's the definition type questions. Oh yeah, Jordan Peterson, he be doing that same BS. That's why Jordan Peterson, he did the debate with the atheists. What's it? It was like Jordan Peterson versus like 12 atheists. This is why he got clip farmed in that debate by accident. He forced them to change the title from Christian, one Christian versus 12 atheists to Jordan Peterson versus 12 atheists because he got roasted. But to be fair, Jordan Peterson, he's not like a debater like that per se. So I give him a pass. But with Andrew Wilson, he takes up a lot of space. He holds debates hostage. He's really good at doing that. He's good at stacking the deck. B. Watson says Andrew Wilson's wife got passed around by Chad and Tyrone. His opinion about marriage isn't valid. Oh yeah, by the way, like Rachel Wilson's first baby father, his name was literally Chad. You can't. I'll talk about. You can't make this stuff up if you tried, right? But anyways, oh yeah. So OD Forel says because he can, he doesn't have to do what you would do. No. When we talk about humility and being honest, you need to be honest. Who showed you up? That's all the podcaster was asking. Who showed you up? Who gave you the hardest time? And when I mentioned you these greats, I'm just showing you that there's a level like the when you're actually the best at what you do, or you're really good at what you do, you have no problem giving props. You know, what's that saying? Act like you've been there before, right? But I guess people forget about that. You know what I mean? The best of them can definitely give props. I'm talking about even the most competitive of folks, they can give props where props is due. Now, to act like that nobody got the best of you, that's a lie. Especially if people can bring up clips of you getting bested. This is where people are going to be like, okay, so what happened with this situation? What happened with this situation? So they're going to bring up the clips later on where he got bested and he's going to try to explain himself. Now, they ended up laughing with him, but I feel like in the back of their mind, they're like, this is not a good look for you. This is the problem with you not being honest. You not being like forthcoming, like, oh, he did challenge my point of view. He did challenge my thinking. You gotta be honest with yourself. Eventually, you're gonna end up exposing yourself, or you're gonna make yourself looking stupid. Oh man, yeah, exactly. It's a traditional couple, Andrew Wilson and his wife, lie about their past, and this is why you young men that are fans of Andrew Wilson, I need to give you the correction here before you guys make yourself look stupid in front of these normies, because there was way too much stupidity when Charlie had put it out there about Andrew Wilson's personal life. Do you know how stupid these people look underneath these comment sections? Rachel Wilson only has 3 bodies, though. She only has 3. I'm like, y'all look stupid by saying this. Now they're gonna think you're like me, and I'm like, no, you're Andrew Wilson fan is nothing like me. Hell no, right? This is like no. Yeah, I don't want y'all in these comment sections looking crazy. So I rather you guys just get it off your chest here, and then I'll give you the correction here. So even like in real life, I see some of these, these conservatives, even in real life, I've seen young conservative men, they try to put their arguments together. These guys can't speak in public. They're not good with words. I'm not good with words either, mind you. But I'm just saying, before you get upset, make sure you get your stuff in order first before you go out and try to, red pill rage your way through these comment sections, or you go into these college campuses, you think you're going to debate a liberal, or you're thinking you're going to debate an atheist. And I'm telling you, don't debate an atheist. I've said this on this channel. Don't debate an atheist. Don't do that. If you're a Christian man, do not go out your way to debate an atheist. He's going to make you look stupid in front of everybody. Don't do this. But y'all won't listen, and then y'all end up looking stupid, and then you guys turn into an atheist yourself. So don't, guys, listen. Listen first, judge later, right? But yeah, shout out to Into Deep. He said traditional couple Andrew Wilson and his wife lie about their past. Yep. He says, one, she had most of her kids out of wedlock. Yes, this is true. This is true. We talked about this. I talked about this last year, mind you. He said, 3, after giving birth to baby daddy number 2's kids, they got married. But then 4, she cheated with Andrew No Jar Wilson while still married to baby daddy number 2. This is also facts. Number 4, she gave baby daddy number 3 kids while still married to number 2. This is facts. Right. He said no one is a liberal. Oh, I know what comment you're talking about. Yeah, the the Mandosphere. He said this is an amazing stream of a whole 13 libtards. That might be a bot. I'm not gonna lie. That might be a bot. That might be a bot. See, B. Watkins says, if Rachel is such a queen, why are all her kids from different men? Yeah, it is what it is.
I think it was Bob Custis. He was there.
Yeah, 100% he was there.
Yeah, by the way.
That guy loves Trump. He's a Trump lover. That guy, I saw him with a MAGA shirt on, and then he took that one off and he had another one
joking,
on.
I know.
Yeah, complete. This guy cannot
he's
stand
CDS.
him. He's like,
He's CDS.
but I would say, at first when we went to the museum, I thought he was a jockey.
See, is he on the smaller side?
No, because we're there for the Derby. So I thought one of the veteran, well-known jockeys was
5'7".
Pat looked at him and went like,
oh yeah, but I'll say this. No, I'll say this, because sometimes I kind of dismiss it by saying, oh, these guys might be bots, but nah, the fitness trainer that had invaded the stream a couple of times, that wasn't a bot. Like, he really did a video on me. did a whole video on me. I was like, these guys here, man. Oh Lord, they're in for a rude awakening. Oh yeah. Andrew's first daughter was done out of wedlock too. Facts. He said, yeah, because they worship an overly emotional man who can't cope that his wife was passed around. And a lot of it is cope, but part of it is delusion. Because he like Andrew will say it himself. My wife has only had 3 bodies, and he'll say it with a straight face. Like, this is not good. Because normies will see this, or the average folk will see this, and they know that's not how this works, right? So, and then on top of that, since he's already linked to the manosphere, they're just gonna say, oh, this is another person, part of the manosphere, caught not practicing what he preaches.
hey, good luck tomorrow.
I was like, wow. Let me go ask him, like, can I get an autograph? Maybe it's a legendary. No, there's no way he's 5'7".
Oh my,
There's no way
he's
he's 5'7".
He's strong.
Not 5'7".
No, he's lower than that. But they have me as 5'10" over there. I'm freaking 5'8" and a half.
No, I thought I was like, listen.
Well,
let's go take a picture with the legendary jockey.
That's so funny.
That is Bob Costas. So, by the way, Bob, if you forgive me, I just for a split second, I thought it was like I wanted to get an autograph with some of the jockeys. I love going to the Derby. And then you're like, I think that's Bob Costas.
Oh, sorry for the Bob Costas thing. I'm just letting it play out.
That's totally through.
I know it's a bit unrelated to this. He was just trying to flex on who he saw.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was saying, interestingly enough, with debates, there's people who you can beat on 90% of the topics who might be able to beat you on 10% of them.
I agree.
So it depends on
agree.
the person, the topic,
Yeah.
the situation, right?
You know Sam Shulman. You know Sam Shulman, who he is?
Shimon. Yeah.
Shimon. Sam Shimon was here. He says, if you want me to debate an atheist, I'm not the guy. If you want me to debate whatever other, I'm not the guy. I'm the guy you want me to debate Muslims.
About Quran.
That's it. Quran. I'm that guy.
Yep.
Anybody else, anything else, I'm not your guy for it. If it's that topic, I'll show up. If it's not, I won't show up.
Yep. Know your strength.
Good point.
Yeah,
exactly.
and I understand that completely. Now, I have a much wider array of things that I debate than most debaters do.
Okay. Oh man. Yeah, that's true. See, Andrew Wilson tries to act moral and righteous when he has no ground to stand on. He said Wilson is a grifter who saw that weasels like Andrew Tate, facts, fed in fraud. He's talking about Fresh and Fit, facts, and Kuko. Oh yeah, Sneeko. Yeah, this Sneeko made a lot of money and wanted in, facts. And then now that people start seeing a couple of red pill is dead topics, now you see how you see a couple of videos now. There's more videos of, the red pill is dead. Now you see people trying to conveniently step out of the space now. Look, at the end of the day, this space is not going to die because women are going to be women. Women are going to, it don't matter. It don't matter if they take away. I say this almost every other day. They could take away all of our channels. Women are going to be women. It's going to be a dude. They'll be like, man, my girl went to college. What does that mean? Oh, welcome. welcome to the club. She says we're gonna take a break and then get back together after college and everything will, okay. It's always, you'd be surprised. I'll say this, you'll be surprised some of the DMs I get, right? Especially when I used to really promote my Instagram with my YouTube. You'd be surprised some of these DMs I get. Or even some of the questions where you think it's pretty straightforward, but some men struggle with it because they don't want to be seen as the bad guy if they make a certain decision. I think I'll say this, without this space, as much is if even if I have problems in this space, even if I have problems with certain people in this space, like in terms of there's certain guys that I might not like and whatnot, I will always give this space credit for really waking me up off my sleep outside of Corey Holcomb, right? So I think without this space, I could have been in a situation where I'm in my mid-20s and I'm dating, maybe not marrying, but dating a single mom. And because even if you're dating her, or even if you got a single mom as a girlfriend, you're still gonna have to financially give up some paper. I could easily see myself in that same situation, or doing something that dastardly, something stupid like that, or doing something stupid like bragging about being intimate with married women and stuff like that, or seeking out low-hanging fruit just so I can get a nut off, right? And when men do stuff like that, this is where you get yourself in trouble. I could easily see myself in big trouble if I didn't start watching guys like I'll give you a simple, like if I didn't start watching guys like Sandman and who's another person that I saw at first. You know, yeah, Hammerhand. I just saw it in the comments that you Hammerhand. These people, TFM, all these people, man. Right. So it would have been a really uphill battle for me if I didn't get the proper education. Right. And a lot of the MGTOW, I'll say shout out to one guy specifically, um, Iman 67. I know he's a small channel. People, I don't expect you guys to know him, but I've been watching this guy ever since I think 2017 or 2016. And he has gotten his channel demonetized, taken. I'm like, how can we keep getting his channel taken over and over and over again? Right. This is what kind of almost led me to MGTOW and really started seeing like, oh, okay. It seems like even though I don't agree with a lot of MGTOW stuff, but these people seem to always get demonetized, get their channels taken. There's got to be something to this. It's got to be something to this. So without that, I want to get the proper education about the family courts, because I had no idea what was going on in the family courts until I heard it and then I saw it. So this is where I have to give this space props. I'm not gonna be like, oh man, there's nothing to the space no more. The red pill has given me everything. No. You still gotta give back. Let me see something here. He says the issue is the real red pill guys like LOM, Hammerhand, Thick and Abe, Chronic, etc. They won't die out because ultimately it's just a primordial and observable truth about women in hypergamy. Facts. Yeah, I'll say yeah. Same here. Like I was never fully blue pill, but people in this space definitely put me in line, right? I give Aaron Clary. I'll say this. I'll say this. Aaron Clary is one of those guys. I feel like I don't think anybody can have a problem with his message, right? I shout out to Aaron Clary. That's I'll say he's one of my favorite ones to watch. I'm not gonna lie, because he's not full of hate. He's just he just gets exasperated, right? It's just funny. Okay. He says, XVYGAZ says, in order for me, Kevin Samuels, Anthony Spade, CGA, Fresh and Fit, don't watch them anymore due to them race baiting, and TYX Worldwide. I'll just say this. Oh yeah, I do know about that. I remember, yeah, somebody did put it was not just you, but other people have said this. He said, better bachelor scam man out of a men's retreat to spend money on his girlfriend and fix his cabin. Yeah. But I'm talking about the message though. Like Aaron Clary and Better Bachelor. Those are the two people that I will say, like, okay, if you don't want to listen to Hammerhand, he might be a little bit too hardcore for y'all. All right, I'll give you this, right? If you don't want to listen to CGA, he might be a little bit too hardcore. He might be promoting, because CGA basically be no disrespect, but he does promote pay for play. I don't want men's, like, if I'm talking to, like, say a young man that is a virgin, I don't think a man's first time should be with a hooker. That's just my opinion. I don't think that's not a good idea. I think that's something, like, if you do something like that, you could put him in a position where he really hates women after that, right? Because once that post nut clarity hits, when post nut clarity hits, it's an MFer. You don't want post nut clarity to hit and he's with a hooker and he's like, what? Like, now you putting the hooker in danger. He might steal the money that he paid and then run out on the like, this is why I don't think it's a good thing to be like, okay, this is going to be your first time with this. Or if you're going to set your virgin boy up with a hooker, don't tell him. Because if he finds out he's not it's not gonna be I don't even think the hooker is in good company because that post nut clarity's gonna hit and he's gonna be calling the hooker all types of 304s, a nasty woman, this and that, you know. He said, "Wow, not surprised about the scamming." Yeah, the scamming. B. Watkins says, "I never watched Fed and Fraud. They never called my interest, and just when I might give Kevin Samuels a chance, he immediately said Cardi B or Nicki Minaj was a Yo, but I'll say this with the Nicki Minaj thing, because he was interviewing her right up front. So he didn't have the testicular fortitude to tell the truth at the time. Shout out to Louis Farrakhan. I'll say this. That's another person. There are certain people in the Nation of Islam who low key did a better job putting me on the straight path than a lot of people in this space, right? So yeah, Minister Farrakhan, Minister Tony Muhammad from California, or I think I don't know if his I don't know if his I don't know if his temples in I don't know if the temple's in Atlanta. It's either in Atlanta or somewhere in California, in LA or something. Minister Tony Muhammad, right? Those guys say some interesting things from time to time, which help me put me on the straight and narrow as a man, right? But yeah, it's there's a lot of people in this space that I gotta give them credit where credit is due. And when it comes to Kevin Samuels, I always say it like this. Oh, let me say, he said there was a guy named Anomaly. He was a 40-year-old virgin, but he was very true in Red Pill. Black dude, he deleted his channel, but he was really good. Well, one of my favorite people. People might not remember this name, and I've said this name on this channel before. Chronicles of Judah. Chronicles of Judah. His channel was popping. I ain't even gonna hold you. Like, yeah, Jada Black. That's another channel, but Chronicles of Judah. I don't like. He does like. I don't even think he does YouTube videos anymore. But Chronicles of Judah. That was one of my favorite ones. Right. Black Agnostic Speaks. I don't know if because I think he's demonetized as well. Black Agnostic Speaks and Chronicles of Judah. that dude was awesome. Oh man. But anyways, that's me going, through memory lane right there.
Much, much wider. Everything from feminism to communism to, I mean, you name it. And I've probably been on the other end debating it. And I have to debate it competently. And I have to
Who
debate
haven't
it.
you debated that you would like to debate?
David Packman.
You have not.
Oh, I love that.
I've been asking. They've sent him emails. Multiple people have tried to set it up, and the guy's just a chicken shit. He just refuses to debate with me. Just refuses.
Oh, he's so.
But he's been on my list for a while of him and then Parker from TikTok. He's been ducking a moderated debate with me. The only way he'll debate most of these TikTokers is if you have to go to their channel where they can mute you, right? Yeah. Where they can lower your audio,
this guy.
where it's completely and fundamentally unfair. That's the only way they'll do a debate. And so
Oh, so he pulled a U on you. He pulled a U on you. Let me see if I can fast forward a little bit. Let me see if I can skip some of the unnecessary stuff.
Hey, good luck tomorrow.
Shimon was here. He says, if you want me to debate an atheist,
and I have to
who
debate
haven't
it,
you debated that you
and then that's the end of it. But yeah, wide variety of topics. I'm always happy to get into all across the political spectrum. And even I do engage somewhat in theology, though I think that there's better apologists than I am for sure. That's not my strength. My strength is the political arm. So that's what I do. But yes, it does depend the person, the day, a lot of that goes on. Some of these debates will go for 5 or 6 hours, like the last debate that I had.
So even right there, when he's talking about the 5 and 6 hour debate. So I wanted to speak on that real quick. Let me speak on that. Because I don't know if you guys remember when the Andrew Wilson fanboys came in the chat And they were like, it was a 6-hour debate. He destroyed her for 6 hours. You're not gonna show the full 6-hour debate. And I was trying to tell these young dudes, I was like, guys, ain't nobody watching no damn 6-hour debate. I was trying to tell these guys. But like I said, these are the same dudes. They took their little they thought that argument could work on me. And I was trying to warn them. I'm like, guys, that's not gonna work. Like that's not going to work in real life. Let me see if I can bring up the Brandon Jamal video. You know what I mean? This is why we have to condemn certain people before they get to a certain place. So Brandon Jamal, he saw the clip. He saw the Charlie clip and he had a response. He had a response to the Andrew Wilson defenders, right? So here he is replying to a comment. Here you have the Andrew Wilson defender saying the same thing that they were saying in my chats, right? Andrew never claimed to be red pill. Y'all just didn't watch the whole debate. And this is Brandon Jamal's response. Now, people that don't know, Brandon Jamal, he's the guy that made the Single Mom song. You didn't have sex, you know, he did the Single Mom jam. But this is his response.
I'm not gonna lie, this comment proves how much of a loser you red pill men are. I went to that page. Y'all be watching the whatever podcast for 5, 6, 8 hours. Do you need your fragile male ego validated that bad? Hell no, I'm not gonna watch this shit for 6 hours. I watch what's necessary. You hear me? And the whatever podcast is far from necessary. They're just a mild version of Fresh and Fit. But modern men today are so pathetic in their everyday lives, they need to feel validated. So they watch men debate bimbos so they can feel superior to the women that they can't get. All that time in the gym, all that improving on yourself, and you still can't get the woman that you want because you haven't improved internally the way you're telling these women to. But if you get your money up and go to the gym, women will bow to you, right? Wrong. You still a bitch. I'm not gonna lie.
So there was a lot of guys that responded the same way like Brandon Jamal. And I was like, guys, I told you, nobody's watching no 6 hours. Even I saw like Tree Logic. I think, yeah, Tree of Logic, the woman that exposed Andrew Wilson in the first place. People were in her chat saying, you didn't watch the full 6-hour debate. She literally said this. She was like, guys, I have a life. I'm not doing. I kid you not. That's how she responded. I was laughing. I had to give her props. She said, guys, I have a life. I'm not doing that. I'm like, because at least I'm giving Andrew Wilson the benefit of the doubt that he most likely, I'm pretty sure he won the 6-hour debate, even though nobody's gonna watch no 6 hours. You guys must have nothing to do if you're watching a grown man debate a 19 or 21-year-old liberal female for 6 hours, quote unquote, destroying her. God, I don't have no time for that. Like, are you kidding? I got a job. I've had jobs. I got to practice. I got shows to practice for. Tutoring. Bro, I don't got no time to be watching no 6-hour debate, especially if it's a grown man debating a liberal. I come on, guys, right? He said MTR is a good one. I saw okay, yeah. So XVYJC said, haha, CJ is my favorite, although I disagree with him overly doing the black men are this, black men are that criticism every show. But I probably can handle Hammerhand guy despite the Kirk crime. Yeah, Hammerhand, I think he's nice. I think he's good. CGA is one of my personal favorites, so that's why I don't hold him up in the air, because I can personally relate to CGA's story when it comes to his life experiences that he shares, I can personally relate to it. Where I was like, like CJ was saying stuff, I was like, that literally happened to me. Right? Particularly when it comes to women. I remember like even watching like one of the videos that had me that where CJ had me like really laughing was in 2018 or 2019. Like I remember I was watching him in 2018, but I remember specifically in 2019 when the Aisha Curry situation happened, and he, he said this specifically. He said, "So Aisha Curry went on the Red Table Talk to talk with the demonic spirits." He said, "You already know when you have all these bunch of women around a microphone talking, they ain't finna say nothing." Right. So when he said that, I was like, I gotta subscribe. I click subscribe. There's a lot of these dudes that I listen to, I'm not even subscribed to. My like Better Bachelor, I'm not even subscribed to Better Bachelor, right? But his videos always pop up. Yeah, Shisha Zed is another one. I'm not subscribed to him, but I watch a lot of his videos and I be roasting him a lot of the times, right? But CGA had earned he earned my subscribe that day. So I've always gave him props for that. And CGA was ahead of his time with a lot of his predictions, so I have to give him credit for that, right? So that's why CJ, like I'll always give him his credit and his props, even though he's moving into a little bit of a different direction. I will always give him his props for being original, being really his own man, really, setting himself apart from the pack, openly, openly. What he said? I got kicked out of the black manosphere, right? you know. But yeah, like I said, I got respect for CGA, Hammerhand, Chronic, and Corey Holcomb. Now, Corey Holcomb obviously isn't part of the manosphere, right? Zoe Williams is another man. He's not part of the manosphere, but these guys have really molded my way of thinking. The Star Report, obviously not a manosphere member, a former radio jock. These guys really molded my point of view, and not only molded my point of view, really forced me to become more objective when it comes to analyzing certain situations. So these guys will always get my props for making me more objective as a man. Okay, XV. Okay, B Waskins. Let's not go into that. Let's not go into that. You're not wrong, but let's not go into that. I'm not trying to get my channel. let's leave that alone, because this is when you're dealing with like real evil people. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, I remember that. I've seen Chronic do like these 5-hour like streams, like 6-hour streams. I've seen him do stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. So that shout out to like CJ will talk about where it, like when it comes to the main thing, CJ has my attention, right? He understand, like I can tell, like he's one of the people in the manosphere. I'm like, okay, he has experience with women, clearly, right? There's a lot of people that they give good advice, but I like their personal experience with women is not. It sounds a little bit far fetched, or they're lying a little bit. CJ was one of those people where I was like, okay, I can tell he has experience. You know what I mean? B. Watkins says, this might sound like hate or even racism, but sometimes I confuse CGA and Donovan Sharp. I don't know why they don't even look that similar. Donovan Sharp is puffy looking. It's weird. Like, so CGA says that he has Donovan Sharp's number. So they have each other's number. So I don't know. But Donovan Sharp, I can't even give him props. Like this guy right here, bruh. Good Lord. Yeah, Donovan Sharp beat this guy. Like this guy's a sham, a scam, whatever you want to call him. This guy right here, he's just a pure goofy, right? And I'll give particularly Corey Holcomb and CGA props. They put me on to the monetized dating market when we're talking about what the women my age or younger are doing. So I was like, oh, they're not wrong about this. So I got to give him credit for that. Hammerhand gave me the basically just the unfiltered truth, uncut, raw, his personal opinion, from his lens, his point of view, uncut, raw, what he feels. And I had to look back and maybe, or especially like a guy like Chronic, like when I first heard Chronic in around, I think 2018 or 2017, where I'm like, what's wrong with this dude? This dude kind of racist, right? That was my knee-jerk reaction to Chronic, right? Until 2020 happened. Until 2020 happened. And I was like, okay. And there's a lot of things that Chronic was putting out there. I was like, I think he's doing too much. But until 2020 happened. And I was like, oh, okay. I gotta give props where props is due. Can't say he's wrong no more. Can't do it. Let's not get into that, because that's like you're dealing with evil people right there. I ain't even gonna get into her. I gotta find a soundbite for that if there's a certain subject I don't want to get into. Oh man, I don't know if that's the right sound. I don't have the right soundbite for that, but there's certain things like, remember when I did a sports stream a while back? I did a sports stream, and there was like a female limo driver, and we started talking about the entertainment industry, and she was in the chat, and we ended up talking about the small hats. And that was probably as deep as it got, and I was like, you know what? Let me stop this right here before I get too far, because I was gonna go in. I was like, but I'm like, let me leave that alone. By the way, those limo drivers, they be snitching on people. These celebrities, they be out here. They think they could be in these they think they could be like gay in these limousines. they can be they could be doing all types of fugazi stuff in these chauffeurs' cars, and they think these drivers ain't finna tell on them. Yeah. Anyways, let me leave that alone. They gonna get got. So many people of prominence. It's a good idea. So yeah, it's crazy that she has her ex-boyfriend working at the let me leave that alone. Let me leave that alone. Because I kind of spoke on it on the day of Captain Kirk, right? That's my nickname for him on his assassination. And I said that he was the perfect sacrifice. And it was interesting that I started finding out a lot of information about Erica, right? And I was like, you know what? Let me just leave that subject alone.
Where it went viral because this chick basically said that my wife should have killed her kids and it would have made her less promiscuous. That's what she said. Not kidding.
Who's this?
I don't even want to get into it. But anyway, that's what she said. So ultimately, what happens is with this chick, I was debating with her for 6 hours. Right? Jeez. She finally took
for what?
She finally.
This is the thing. So now here he is talking about the chick he was debating for 6 hours, Charlie. And now here he is. This is right here. This is where he's going to start lying and start trying to throw personal shots at a broad that's not there and trying to downplay his embarrassment.
We just went over a huge, wide variety of topics. She got beaten on every single topic.
I've never seen her. Is she a famous debater?
She's basically, no, not at all.
Is she a be back on whatever? Like the people that watch whatever have seen her many times?
One time.
Okay, so how did she get on the show?
I don't know. So again,
We gotta call Brian. Like, what are you doing, Brian? Like,
when
you
it
gotta get this under control,
well,
buddy.
when it comes to Brian, he knows this about me, right? I'm probably, if you offer me a debate, I'm probably just going to go do the debate. Like that's likely going to happen. It doesn't really matter with who.
You debated this girl for 6 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
What are you guys talking about for 6 hours?
She's a communist, feminist. So we went over a wide array of topics. So this is like, 6-hour debate. Naima, I've done 4 or 5-hour debates with, the Jubilee All-Star, right? I do think that that's way too long for a debate. I think,
This is where Andrew Wilson's going to lose a lot of people. Especially, I'll say especially me. Like, you don't get props for debating Naima. Now, people might not know who Naima is, but this is this broad here. I'm gonna bring her up. Naima Jubilee. Right? The black chick. This chick right here. When he's talking about Naima, right? That's who he's talking about. This chick right here. Now, anybody with 2 eyes, they know this bitch is a troll, right? I've seen like clips of her debating certain people. She's a troll. She can't obviously she can't intellectually debate anybody. She likes to act like she can, but this is a troll. I'm not gonna waste my time debating. Like if I was a debater, I'm not trying to debate a troll. That's the last person I'm trying to debate, right? If there's any Christians in this chat, let me give you another warning. Let me give you that same warning again. Do not debate an atheist. If you can help it, do not debate an atheist. Even if they look defeatable per se, don't do it. That might be a trap. What atheists are, because remember, this is me being objective here. What atheists are, these people, they can't wait to debate. Not necessarily a Muslim. They want to debate Christians. That's what they live for. They just can't wait for the opportunity to debate a Christian. So if they have an opportunity to make you look stupid in front of your peers, in front of your family, etc. I've heard horror stories, right? I've heard horror stories, or like it'll be like a professor that's an atheist, and then he humiliates the Christian student in front of everybody so bad that he ends up questioning his own beliefs. And I done heard these things, like these are real life stories, bro. People like it was like a certain person from a church that I know. They said he went into college. He was a Christian, and then he went into a philosophy class, and they made him look stupid. Look, don't debate. Just leave that alone. Just focus on your religion, and just leave that alone. Don't let anything disturb your peace, right? But people they always feel like they gotta fight. I gotta debate this. No, just leave it. A lot of these people are trolls, and Naima's a clear like she's definitely a troll. But when you're so used to debating low hanging fruit, now you have a troll that is tied to your legacy. People gonna say, this guy's a debater? Who's he talking about? Naima, the troll? Yeah. Anyway. Oh man. Okay. Here, I'm gonna have to educate somebody here. So Texas made it, or I guess what's the name? Texas made 0109. He says she isn't a troll. She honestly thinks she debates. Idiot. Action speaks louder than words. Here she is. I've seen her talk crazy about white dudes, but she has a white boyfriend. So that tells me everything I need to know about her. She's a she's doing this. When I say she's a troll, She does this for attention. All of this is for attention. She doesn't really believe what she puts out there. Everything she does is for attention. And if you can't see that, like I don't know what to tell you guys. Remember, in sports, sometimes when you see space, doesn't mean you got to dribble into the space. Sometimes the space is a trap. Just because somebody gives you space, just somebody is, you don't got to take it. Sometimes it's a trap, right? He says, well, you know, Angie's first baby mom is a black chick, which probably looks just like, no, I don't remember from the files or from the research. I don't know. I don't think he had kids with the black woman that he married. the what's it, Taraka. Yo, when I saw that information, I almost fell out my chair. He married a black chick named Taraka, or he was about to marry a black chick named Taraka when he got with Rachel. So it's clear to me that Andrew Wilson was a target for predators, for predatory women, unfortunately. So that's the unfortunate part about it. He doesn't even realize Rachel Wilson, she is more on the predatory side. She's older than him, about 3 to 4 years older than him. She went okay, so that was his first. So, oh, don't tell me did he really have a kid with Taraka? That's crazy. You know he would lose his whole fan base if that's true. I don't know if that's true, but he did marry. He was married to Taraka before he stepped out on her and got with Rachel. So that's a part of the story that we really need to find the details of it. But you know, if Andrew Wilson were to ever expound on that relationship, he would lose most of his fan base. he would lose most of his fan base. So I'm not going to cast any more aspersions on that situation. Yeah, exactly. So Pyro says if you're dating a woman older than you, they treat you like a boy. You know that, Chris. Yeah, facts. Like this, I've been like, yo, this young man. I gave him a ride after my gig. Yo, I gave him a ride after my gig. Yo, this dude scouted me out for a ride. He paid me for it. He paid me for it. Mind you, he overpaid for me, right? So I drove him home, which was like a 10-minute ride home, and he was venting about the woman he came to the show with. And he said like the bitch went crazy on him and just lost her shit. This is a responsible guy. All of that, Asian dude, whatever, all of that. Financially responsible. But he was on a date with a woman that was older than him. And I was trying to tell him, like, bro, you can't, I'm not trying to be in your business, but you can't be dating women older than you, dog. If there's one thing you can take from me, don't be dating women older than you. Even if she's 1 year older than you. That's not it. You know what I mean? So when it comes to that, you like, if you see like a man that's dating a woman older than him, he's getting ran. He's definitely getting ran. That's a predatory woman. So I see this guy, what's it, Manar Reports. He says, what are y'all doing? Invite me on, please. Yo, can you see this? Yes, I can see this, but I'm most likely not going to be inviting people on. It depends who shows up on the chat. I'm not even going to lie. Like, say if AJ had showed up, well, I don't think AJ's I think AJ's streaming right now, but say if it was a different topic, because Andrew Wilson is his guy, so I got to give AJ his respect. Like if AJ were to come on, I won't even talk about Andrew Wilson, right? Out of respect for AJ. But usually if it's a different topic, if AJ is in the chat, I'll be like, I might have to open it up. Or sometimes I'll be like, I'll open up the discussion if it's a different topic. Now, later on throughout the year, what I'm going to be doing, because I have the swap list, I will be asking people in the chat, or I will have the invite link and I'll be like, make your case for who else should be on the swap list. Because I remember somebody in the chat was saying, that Travis Kelce should be on the swap list, but okay, you're an Andrew Wilson fanboy. Never mind. So you're trying to debate when there's no debate going on. This is not a debate show. All right, this is not a debate show. He said, "Are you scared?" Oh, okay. I just had to let him talk for a little bit, and I was just like, yep. He's a. What is there to? There's nothing to debate. There's nothing to debate. First of all, when it comes to personal things, me and Andrew Wilson probably agree on most things. But at the same time, he had a position on marriage, which is just undebatable. You know what I mean? It's not, there's no debate, right? He's going crazy in the chat. He's like, oh wait, what's the pyro? What's the video we were? Let me see if I can bring up the clip. He's pulling up. He's doing a. Let me see if I can bring this up. Eric Andre show, let me in.
I don't know what I'm doing here. Let me in. Let me
in. Yo. Let me go back to the chat, though. Let me get back to the chat. But there's literally nothing to debate. Let me see. B. Watson says, besides, it's predictable for Travis Kelce to be on the swap list. I just wanted to pat out the list. So, yeah, we got to talk about that because I actually kind of disagree with that. But I can explain why. I can explain why. Man, a report said, calling on the next Undead Chronic stream. Maybe he will entertain you. They won't. He's not. That's the thing. He's not going to call on Undead Chronic stream. Even though Undead Chronic said that Andrew Wilson, what he said that Andrew Wilson kids has ADD, all different dads. He'll say this. Remember, Chronic was saying this. He said, "Why don't they come on my stream?" They're not. they're not. So check out the link at 19 minutes and 17 seconds, 224. And it breaks down where the mother was trying to get guardianship for. Oh, no, I seen that. I've seen that part. I've seen that part of the stream. Where's my tab? I did say I was going to clip that Eric Andre one, but I never did. Hey, yo, man. He said, Maynard. So who is Maynard? So I'll give him his props. So I guess he has some fans. Well, let me see. He said, I can't call and due to having a mic, but I will list my reasons. Okay, yeah, but we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. Because here's the thing with Travis Kelce. Taylor Swift has more to lose, believe it or not. You know, because Taylor, she actually has money. Like she has more, she has more assets. You know what I mean? So it might not, because I don't think they're actually going to get married. You know, but I could be wrong about that. You know, I could be wrong about this. But let me look up who Manor Clips is, because I don't even I literally I have no idea who this guy is. Because remember, what's the guy's name? The fitness trainer, right? He said the same thing. Let me in, right? He did that same shit. Okay. But let me search him up. Manor Clips. Let me give him the respect, though. Let me give him the respect. So who is Manor Clips? He's not showing up. I mean, you could put the link to your YouTube channel and I could give you your props there. Oh, I don't think I spelled it right. Let me see. Manor Clips. No, I'm not. Okay. Yeah, you might have to put the link to your YouTube channel. Let me see. Travis will end up on the swap due to the fact that he failed to win a Super Bowl, denied Taylor her fairy tale ending, didn't make it to the Super Bowl this year, and is unlikely for the next year either. Okay, I see where you're coming from. Like you're just talking about his down. Like he is done. Like no, and I think Travis Kelce's a top 2 tight end of all time. I think number 1 is Gronk, right? But I wouldn't argue if somebody had Travis at number 1. In Too Deep said the algorithm sent you to me because you're talking about simps, and that's what I do. I research simps. He said Travis Kelce is smart, but she's going to make him sign a prenup for sure. Oh yeah, for sure. Yes. He's definitely gonna do that. So he says, look up Maynard reports. Okay, let me do that. Maynard reports. Let's look up his YouTube channel. What is it with y'all debate me, bro ass ninjas? First of all, I'll be telling you, I'm not even a debater. But even still, that's not. We probably agree on most of these things, except that Andrew Wilson's not a simp. I'm like, I mean, the guy with that married a woman with 3 kids from 2 different dads is not a simp. That's what you're gonna debate me at? I mean, that's not a winnable position. Let me see. So he's somebody in the chat said he's basically a Muslim version of Andrew Wilson. Okay. But shout out to you. You know, hopefully your channel does well. But this is not a debate me, bro channel. There's nothing, and besides this is not a debate. this is, and also because I've seen this with Rachel Wilson's side chick, aka Andrew Wilson's fitness trainer. Stop debating low-hanging fruit, please. Yeah. He said Taylor Swift is smarter and in a sneaky way than Kelce, but you may be right since it might be Taylor's last chance. Like I don't, because I'm looking at Taylor as the breadwinner. You know what I mean? She's the breadwinner, and there's no way Taylor is going to put herself in a situation where she's going to lose her assets. So I forgot who said it in the comments. They said she's gonna make him sign a prenup. I agree with that. Because when it comes to women and them losing half of their stuff, they're not going to be that stupid. They're not going to be stupid and do that. And I agree. Taylor Swift should protect her assets as well. So, you know. B. Watkins says, I'll be honest, I have liked Taylor Swift more recently because she makes liberals mad, but also respect in that she is very cunning and knows how to use white women as a shield along with feminism. B. Watkins, like this comment deserves a round of applause. I'd be seeing that she's very cunning. Taylor Swift is very cunning. Very cunning. I have to get that's one of the debate me bros. Okay, so In Too Deep said, let me ask you a question. When has debating been cool? It wasn't cool in high school and it wasn't cool in college. No, what happens is, even like in high school, even just debating in general, nobody's trying to do that, right? Or even in college, you'll probably have the one conservative dude in the class. He's trying to prove his point, and then you'll have one liberal girl do something, but it's just entertainment for the normies. Nothing really comes from it. Both of these people are set in their ways. Nobody's really trying to look at things from a different point of view, you know. But yeah, we got these new conservatives, right? They really think they're going to debate themselves out of feminism. They're really going to debate themselves from they're going to debate the liberalism out of these hoes. That's not going to happen. Bitches are going to claim feminism until it's not convenient no more. They're going to hit 27, they're going to hit 28. They're going to hit you with that game. Oh, yo, feminism played me. I got played by feminism, right? That's what they're going to do. They're going to pull up with that BS. I got tricked by feminism. Feminism didn't tell me this, blah, 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 blah. I got indoctrinated. TikTok indoctrinated me, blah, blah, blah. I'm based now, blah, 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 right? They're going to run that game and somebody's going to fall for it. And if they don't fall for it, they're going to go right back to their feminism. And if you fall for it, they're still going to go right back to their feminism. This is very simple, this is a very simple observation, but the debate me bro ninjas, they're not gonna get it until it's too late. Oh man, exactly. So somebody said, it's aside from Joan of Arc, it's difficult to pinpoint a woman who was capable of accepting responsibility for their actions. Actually, there was probably a miscalculation on her end too, as well. So that's still zero. That's still zero. You just, hey man. They taught us how. What the fuck? Jesus. I'll say this when it comes to the Andrew Wilson fanboys. I don't think you guys have, and it's not a diss. It's not a diss. It's not a diss when I say this, what I'm about to say. I don't think you have much experience with women, right? Or how they work. This is not this is not going to change nothing, right? I wish I could just tell you, but you need to experience it. That's the best way I can put it. And even some of the things I have seen them say in general, even when they'll stand on this thing where they'll say Rachel Wilson only has 3 bodies. I'm like, what can I say to you? You're gonna have like, I remember when I said there's no way that Rachel Wilson only has 3 bodies. There were people in the chat. They were just like, "Where's your factual evidence? Where's your undeniable proof? Where's your studies?" I'm like, "There's no studies for that. That's just life. You got to understand that. That's simple mathematics." I mean, I mean, if you don't understand that a woman, like, the proof is in her life for her already having 3 kids from 2 separate dudes, and you thinking, I'm talking about you meet her and you think those are the only two dudes that she was with. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, that's why I say that's kind of undebatable. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. If you believe her, have at it. You'll fall for anything. You know what I mean? Let me see. I lost track. Okay, here we go. That's what I wanted to show. He said, debate bros are fools. What matters most is knowing how to express your ideology in a simple way that gets as many on board without knowing what it really is, so you gain the most power. You know, I would see, let me bring up another person, right? Let me bring up Rolo Tomasi, right? I'm basically neutral on how I feel about him. I don't really have anything great to say. I don't have anything bad to say. But I remember seeing him, particularly, I saw a clip of him when he was on the Fresh and Fit show. And anytime this nigga was talking, the girls were just like turned off. They're just like, okay, can this old nigga stop talking? You want to bring up the bonobos and, you know, the tribal leaders and, you know, what's that study? Anthropology, yeah, he wants to bring up anthropology and all this stuff. Like these hoes ain't trying to hear that. They just doing whatever they want to do, right? But in Rolo's mind, he thinking he's dropping knowledge. Like I remember he was talking about, oh yeah, sometimes I go on a Fresh and Fit show and I talk about the facts and it's just going over everybody's head. I'm like, bro, they don't care about what you're saying. No disrespect. First of all, they're not trying to hear what you're saying because they're looking at you. They're like, who's this old dude trying to talk to us? Right? So a lot of you debate me, bro, ninjas, red pill ragers, right? No disrespect. You know, we've all been there, but we're kind of past that. we're past that. Eve didn't do responsibility, you know. Pyro said, bro, you're lucky I'm not modded. I would have sent you to to the gulag. But like I said, that's why I I don't want to kick anybody out. I'm not finna do that, you know. But I do find it very interesting that these people are more annoying than the female DDG detractors. Remember the DDG stream I did, and you had a couple of the females that came in. They were just shocked and appalled at what they heard. But like I was cool with it because it was just like, hey, you know, they're women. they're gonna take Callie's side no matter what, you know. And they're just not used to ninjas like speaking like how we speak. So yeah, he was like, prove it. I'm like I said, if they I'll let them believe that she only has 3. I will just say this: please do not bring don't bring that argument up to the normies. They're gonna look like Eric Nova, whatever, Eric Nova 713006. Please do not bring that argument up to the normies. They're gonna look at you like you stupid. And the single mammies are going to mark you as a mark, if that makes sense. If you believe that. Even like remember when I don't know if XY what's his name? XVYJZ. I like when he gave me props for peeping women game when it comes to racism, where you'll have women try to act racist so they can gain the favor of certain conservative Caucasian men. Like that's a darker side of the game that people don't even peep that. Right? You see women do this online all the time. They'll say they're based, immigrants don't belong here, and all this stuff. And then you find out about their past. They had a black boyfriend. They had an Indian boyfriend. Yeah, Ella Moulding. She had a black boyfriend in they found out she had a black boyfriend. She lost damn near all of her support. Right? They're just playing. They're just playing. So Shane 001 says debate is like a combat sport. Please. I beg to differ. I beg to differ. He said Manor versus Shane. No disrespect, but because I like, look, I'm gonna be nice, right? I'm gonna be nice. A brave man to me, and that's, I'm not trying to challenge nobody to a fight. That's not what I'm saying. A brave man to me is somebody that's willing to put the gloves up, right? In a ring. Like that's like a brave man to me, right? Just talking, that's not I don't know what Andrew Wilson been trying to push out there, but debating is just debate. Some of the best debaters I've seen, they're not dudes are just they're not going to take them seriously just off of GP, I saw, yeah, I brought that up. So I did bring that debate up. So I remember seeing that when I was younger. The one where he made Matt I can't say his full name, but I brought up that video a couple of weeks ago. Let me see if I can bring it up. When Andrew Wilson made that dude rage quit. Andrew Wilson, Matt, and then like he left early, if I'm not mistaken. I think I brought up that video. I brought up that video last week. But I remember seeing that like a couple years ago, and then I was just like, oh, I didn't even really know who Andrew Wilson was at that point. But that's when I found out. When I brought up that video a couple weeks ago, I was like, oh yeah, so that was him. Okay. Yeah, but W for him on that. But but it's just like, it's not, debating. I mean, do people really put that much into it? Oh man. So Shane says I got into debates because of Destiny. It's actually entertaining. But like I said, Destiny, like me personally, I would turn down, even if I was a debater, I would never debate Destiny because he's an agent. It's been put out there that he's a paid op. So guys like that, if you give guys like that promotion on your show, you're actually putting your channel in danger. That's why I stopped talking about Destiny, because I don't want to talk about paid ops on my channel. He's so yeah. So Dilla Hootie, he's I don't know if he was an atheist, but he's a secularist. I know that for a fact. He's a secularist. He said I would never debate Destiny because he might give me some STD. But anyways,
2-3 is much more reasonable.
Oh, I've seen her. Yeah, I've seen her with. Oh, she's the one that looked at Charlie when Charlie smiled and said, "Ooh, that's a bad smile."
Mm-hmm.
And she tried to disrespect him right off the bat.
Yeah, well,
I don't like that approach.
If you ever want to see her, she started the debate with me by saying she was a Jubilee All-Star. And
she
then
called herself that?
Yeah, and I spent a good 2 hours just completely dismantling her and made her look like the dumbest person on planet Earth, because she is.
Is she though? Is she
mind you, he's talking about a 20-year-old female. This is what he's bragging on right now. Destroying a mentally disabled 20-year-old black female liberal.
Is she smart or
no? She's an idiot, complete moron.
Qualified.
Oh yeah,
qualified.
Like, if you want to laugh your ass off tonight, go home and watch the debate that I did with her, the last debate that I did with her in this series, where she claims she's a Jubilee All-Star, and watch her.
Of course she's going to call herself a Jubilee All-Star. She's basking in the attention that she's getting, and you guys are helping her. You think I would ever give Naima a platform on my channel? Notice I've never even put you know, like when she started getting viral, I never even put a clip of her on my channel. I'm like, I'm not, no, absolutely not. But you guys are helping her by continuing to promote her. Of course, she's getting destroyed in the debate. She doesn't care if she's losing a debate. She's just gonna say she won the debate. She's a troll. She's bathing in the attention like a freaking alligator in hot water. Right, or a crocodile, right? But this is who he's bragging on destroying. I'm like, bruh.
Make her argue against her own position and she doesn't even know I'm doing it.
What's this clip, Rob? What is it? Let's watch maybe 2 of these clips and then let's wrap it up. This one is what?
It says here, them insulting each other during a debate on whatever podcast 23.
Do you know what this one's about, or
no? I don't know.
So yeah, I'm gonna skip that one. I think. Well, I'll try to fast forward it. Here we go. Oh, right here. So he's gonna talk about
like 6-hour debate. Naima, I've done
when Charlie smiled and said, "Ooh, that's
like the dumbest person."
Your worldview. Can you explain how forced doctrine is wrong outside of preference or not?
No, Andrew. By the way, what I was just doing is proving through your own ethical framework why you don't deserve shit. You don't
so she doesn't even believe what she's saying. She's reading off of something.
deserve a thank you for women from following the teachings of your own ethical framework brought to you by your God. Why should women thank men? That's what you wanted. You wanted a thank you from women for not for doing the absolute bare minimum, which your own ethical framework acknowledged is the absolute bare minimum.
But you just making my point. Are all men Christians?
No.
Then should we thank them?
Well, yes, they're following their own secular ethical framework that is teaching them not to just maim other women.
You should say,
and by
you
the
should
way,
thank
they're
men. So
Christian
you should
men.
thank men.
Well, I mean, not you. Not
But you should thank. I didn't say me. You said men. So you should thank men.
I guess I should thank natural law. Thank you, natural law. I agree.
How does
what? Because it's objectively immoral. Because it's objectively immoral to kill people.
No, it's
Andrew.
objectively immoral. I just can't demonstrate it.
Do you not think that killing is objectively immoral?
Only from my view, but not from yours.
No, from everyone's view.
No, not from
From literally
It's not
everyone's
literally
view.
from everyone's view.
Kind of, yeah.
Kind of, no.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay, from a Muslim's view, is it objectively immoral to take away rights from women?
I mean, I'm not Muslim.
Oh, God.
From a Muslim's view, objectively
Jeez.
immoral.
That's the argument.
Yeah, but
So this is where I guess I have to give Andrew Wilson a round of applause. You bested a 20-year-old female that's fishing for attention. Bravo to you. Young men, if you're listening, this is not the attention that you want. That's not the type of attention like. No. But by the way, and like I said, watch this. There's women that know me in real life. They know about this channel. They don't put me on blast. They still listen to what I have to say. They still give me my respect. Why? It's just there's other things outside of this, right? And at the end of the day, I'm congruent. What's the first? Anytime that somebody meets me, what they say when they see me, they don't see me with nobody. They don't see me drinking. They don't see me smoking. Unlike Andrew Wilson. This dude's it's all them cigarettes he be smoking, all that drinking. Well, all that the reason why he's got to do all that drinking, all them kids from all these different people, right? Don't see me smoking. You don't see me drinking. You don't see me going. People are gonna say the same thing about me when they see everywhere they see me, right? That's why people give me my propers, even if I'm not perfect. Right? So let us all applaud Wilson's bravery. Yeah, that's what they want me to do. That's what they want me to do. Oh man. He says you're making Andrew look good. If you think Andrew looks good with these clips, I don't know what to tell you, man. Into Deep said he's 40 something years old. Why are you debating young children? He's old enough to be their father. It makes no sense. It's like playing little league soccer and you're part of the MLS. Is bro. Sometimes I will like sometimes like recently, because I'm 27 years old, I did pick up with some 20-year-old kids, right? And easy work, right? But even then, like I found myself coaching them to be better. Because there's no satisfaction in that. Or you'll think you're thinking you're being competitive, but they're looking up to you. Remember that story I told you where I got mad at this one dude because I landed wrong after he fouled me, and I had kept my cool. I didn't say anything to him. I was just mad, but I felt like I was gonna do like some crazy 2-footed tackle on him, and I kept that grudge. The next day, but thankfully I didn't do anything. The next day or the next couple days, I do the scrimmage with him. He's sitting there bragging to his friends about how good I am and how I need to be on his team and blah, blah, blah. Now, here I am. I had no idea he was 14 years old. I had no idea he was even that young. And here I am. I'm holding a grudge on a 14-year-old. Dude, literally half my age. Literally. And here he is. He actually looks up to me. Now, imagine if I try to compete with him. Imagine if I went on my instinct, if I went on my man shit. Oh, I'm a real man. I ain't gonna let him stand me up like this. He's gonna look at me like a loser. Even till this day, a lot of those kids, there's a certain spot they like to play at. They always ask for me. Oh, when is Chris coming back? When is he gonna do this? And when is he gonna do that? Because I don't complain. I just be balling out. And then I give people chances and I like passing the ball. That's why people like playing with me, right? Imagine if I was on my ish. Okay, it's time to compete. It's time to do this and blah, blah. Oh, I'm turned up. No. This guy looks up to me. But you guys are sitting there, you're trying to get the best off of people. She probably looks up to Andrew Wilson. But the more he tries to entertain her nonsense, now she's like, okay, this guy's a loser. Especially after that, the jar pickle thing fiasco. I don't even think he understands he wasn't supposed to try to open the jar. That was just supposed to be a joke. But since Andrew Wilson just so much in this, oh, I can open this, I'm a man. He made himself look like a loser in front of that broad. You're not supposed to be competing and debating with 19-year-old females. I don't, bruh. This is a 40-year-old grown man. That's not what you're supposed to be doing. You're not supposed to be doing that, bro. I'm sorry to have to go on the rant, but I don't think you guys understand. These young people, they look up to you. You're not supposed to be competing with them. You're supposed to show by example. Even if they disagree with you, if you show by example, they will always give you your props for showing by example. Do you know, like, there's people like when I do my studio time, people will be like, okay, don't give Chris no drinks. They already know. I go into the studio, okay, drinks out. I don't have to lecture them. I don't have to be like, oh, you guys are terrible people for drinking in the studio and doing drugs in front of me. No, I just say, nope, no drugs. So now when they see me, they literally be like, okay, not in front of Chris. You prove by example. You don't debate me, bro. That's what being a man is. I notice I don't see no whole ass niggas in the comments no more. Anyway. Yep. Shout out to In Too Deep though. Shout out to In Too Deep for that. He said he's 40 something years old. Why are you dealing with young children? He's old enough to be their father. Facts. It is what it is. Notice I don't really see a whole bunch of hoe ass niggas in the comments. You prove by example. You don't do debate me, bro. B. Watkins says, personally, debates bore me. Historically, I doubt Warlord Caveman Chad cared much about debates from Caveman Plain John when Caveman Chad could just take what he wanted with force. How's that for force doctrine, right? Yo, facts. I had no idea. Because look, I had no idea. I'm sitting there. I'm thinking this is just a regular just scrimmage. These are high school kids, bro. High school kids. Now, the thing is, because I'm 5'7", because I'm not that big. So I can just blend in sometimes until I start playing. Then it's like, oh, this dude must be older. It's only until I start playing. Then they're like, okay, this guy must play on a team or something, right? You know. But like I said, he said, wow, this dude in the chat is crazy. He's over here trying to clown you for being live. And why don't you have your own show? You know. Like I said, a real man, they prove by example. You prove by example. I've always thought, particularly, as a young man, you think you got to do this. No, just prove by example. You don't got to do much. Stand on what you mean what you say. Show by example. Your job is not necessarily even to turn people in what you want them to be. You show by example. That's it. Be the man that you say you are. And don't cap. And don't be capping out here. Right? That's all. That's all the advice I can give to a person like, to young men.
I watched her on Charlie. That's the place I've seen her.
Yeah.
Where she was on the debate with Charlie. And then what's the other one, Rob? Do one more, and then the 6-hour debate girl. This is the 6-hour debate girl. Go ahead.
I'll try to rephrase this. I'm going to reframe, and I'm just going to be totally honest with you. I will never be able to.
So this is the part when they actually bring up the Charlie thing. Now they're laughing at it, but low key they're laughing at Andrew Wilson. So I hope you guys can pick that up.
Convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator or I don't make good points or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think honestly, you're too fucking stupid to understand them, which is true.
So Andrew, can I
Charlie for the guy in the middle.
on my worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you
lick sniz.
Under your religion.
Oh, hold on for a second. Wait, Celtic Spirits Code. I didn't fully look at the username. Celtic Spirits Coven. Is that so this is a witch channel? Okay. I had no idea. If it is, shout out to you. I just looked at Celtics and I just kind of like
sniz.
What is that?
You're a
I
fucking
still think
dyke.
that's funny.
Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I
daddies?
just say?
Your
Dyke?
wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
I'm sorry, Dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
The man that you try to
Do the women?
So this is here you have him. He's laughing at his own self. He's laughing harder than the 2 guys next to him. But they're literally like, yo, why are you crashing out on this kid? No disrespect, right? B. Watkins says, yeah, Wilson picked the wrong girl to mess with. If men like me were compelled to defend her, that means you genuinely effed up. Facts. You would never even see me hang out with a type of chick like this, right? Or try to have a logical, discussion outside of, okay, what are you going to do in my bed tonight? Right? But when you see something like this and I'm like, damn, Andrew, you took an L here. And his fans can't see why I'm talking about his fans can't see why an L was taken here. That's sad. That's really sad.
And that you try
show
to
your hatred
do
against
you the
do
women
they,
that
like,
you try
convince them
to
that they should
All that laughing you hear in the background is all Andrew Wilson. They're not even laughing with him. They're just like, okay.
You know,
like,
Charlie, did I
pursue
bring
women? Do they know
Charlie,
that
did
your
I bring
wife
your
is 5
family?
years older?
Did I bring any of your
You
family
called me
into
fucking
anything?
stupid.
Did I
You
say
called
anything
me
about
fucking
your
stupid.
family being stupid, Charlie?
could.
It's
You could
because
go
I'm
for it.
better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people
Okay.
on are bullshit because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck, let's go through it.
You are not a traditional
Let's
man.
go through it, Chuck. Tell me what I'm doing which is immoral.
Chuck.
6 hours?
Mm-hmm.
Jeez.
What did you say to her?
Mind you, this was him laughing at his own self. He's trying to act like, oh man, I roasted her, dog. No, you made yourself look stupid, bro. Like, this is embarrassing. I wouldn't like me. I'll say this, me personally. If there was a clip like that with me crashing out on a girl like this, I'm talking about no matter how old I was, I could be a teenager. If there was a clip like this with me with a girl like that, I would be embarrassed for my own self. Right. But I don't know what, these men are being taught. I don't know what these young men are being, I don't know what, I don't know what the white OGs are saying. The Muslim OGs are saying. I don't know what they've been teaching these new men coming up, but this is not the way to operate as a man. Even if I was blue pill, I would not operate like this. Oh, so let me see. N2 Deep said if that was my daughter, he would have problems waiting outside of that studio. Just saying. And what's interesting with what you just said there is this. This is what's interesting. He said in that debate, he said, "Did I bring your family into this?" And if you actually watch 5 minutes prior to that point, he brought up her father. I brought this up on one of the live streams. He brought up her father first. She didn't bring up his family. He brought up her father in a slick way, in a very passive aggressive slick way, and tried to demean her father and act like he led her astray. He led her astray and all this nonsense, right? And she was like, okay, if you're going to bring up my father, I got something for your ass, right? That's what she did. But if you let, an Andrew Wilson fanboy tell you, they'll act like he just got attacked out of the blue. No, it didn't happen like that, right? But anyways,
what you said. What was
Well,
the
from
argument?
there, what she did was she tried to go on to say that I'm a hypocrite because I tell men not to get married to single moms, which is not true. I have a nuanced position, which is it works out not so good for most people, but there's nothing ethically which is wrong with that. And then went on to say that she had slept with 10 guys and she's in her early 20s, right? She slept with 10 guys.
So I just saw a comment from my man Gary Grant. So he said, B. Watkins, salute Grigga. He said we should convince Chronic to do an Andrew Wilson stream or guaranteed at least one hater calling it. No, they're not gonna go. They're not. They're gonna come on my stream. They're not gonna come on his stream. Chronic put me onto that game. He's like, they don't come on my stream. I'm like, nah, you're right. I'll be looking because I'll be watching the comments. I'll be looking at the chat. I'm like, oh, they don't really show up on his stream. They show up on my stream. They go on smaller channels, right? And then they try to push their BS. But they see that Chronic has like a real following, and then they hear how Chronic talks, so they know he's not black, right? And they're just like, oh, we let's not go in on Chronic. You know what I mean when I say that? So that's why they're not gonna go on Chronic. They're not gonna do it. They're not gonna do that. Even when I did the so remember when I showed up on Chronic stream and we talked about Ken's stepdads be red pill, that episode, you saw there was not one detractor in the chat that I saw. I was waiting for it. I was like, there's got to be at least one detractor. None. There's not one detractor. They hear my voice, so they know I'm a ninja, right? They look at the amount of subscribers I have, and they're like, "Oh, this is a small channel talking shit about big and old, powerful, mighty Andrew Wilson." So they So they get brave enough, and then they invade the chat. They won't call in on undead chronic. They're not gonna do it. They're gonna bring the same arguments to me, and I'm trying to that's why I'm trying to let them down slow. I'm just like, guys, don't, this is not a debatable topic. There's nothing to debate here. They're gonna bring that same stuff to chronic and they're gonna get destroyed. They know that. Or if they don't do that, they're gonna bring it to the normies and get destroyed by normies, which is sad in and of itself. I'm talking about there were girls in there clowning the Andrew Wilson fanboys on Twitter. They were saying Rachel Wilson's is goals to troll the Andrew Wilson fanboys. What's the point of all that preaching is if the woman that you claim or the woman that you married is the embodiment of why women act the way they do? What's the point if somebody like you exists, Andrew, right? Cool one VC, no disrespect. If people like those, if men like that exist, what's the point of women? What incentive is there for women to change? What incentive is it for women to do things the right way the first time? You know, it is what it is. Exactly. Yeah, that's why I say that's exactly. That's why I don't be kicking people out. That's why I don't kick them out. I'm like, hey, if you want to come in, fine. Right. And I got that technique, you know. Corey Holcomb, he's the same way. So shout out to Corey. Like Corey Holcomb, he don't care. Right. So that's part of where I get that from too as well. Now CGA is a little bit different. He gets a bit sensitive if I get a bit sensitive too sometimes. I can't lie, but I'm not gonna kick nobody out. Everybody, you know, deserves a voice. Pyro says, Chris, the reason why they go on your channel because of your voice, they know you're a ninja. Exactly. I think so too. They look at my channel, oh, this is a ninja. He got 2,000 subscribers. He must be a liberal. He's sticking up for the ladies, right? That's what they, they're very small-minded. But yeah, that's why I don't kick people out. Even like I've had stalkers on my Instagram, like young female stalkers. Like I'll say something about Bill Cosby, they get mad and they stalk my channel. I still don't block him. I'll be like, okay. Let me see. Can I bring up an old post? Let me see if I can bring up an old post of mine. I think because I've showed it before on my channel. An old post that I did. I was playing the bass. This bitch went through all of my she went through all of like my all of my music, videos and was trolling heavy. I was like, where did this bitch come from? Oh man, I don't know if can I bring up that post? They're not letting me bring up the post. It's an old post that I had on my Instagram. That was when I was trying to teach myself how to play the bass. Oh man, it's not gonna let me pop up. But like, yeah, I've had stalkers on my Instagram page, OD, and I still don't block him. Oh yeah, facts. He says Zimps won't find any camaraderie here. Facts. No, we gotta draw a hard line here. We can't promote stepdaddyism. Even stepdads aren't promoting stepdaddyism. You know what I mean? And then on top of that, debating low hanging fruit. I can't get behind that, man. I can't. So Into Deep said, hi, I'm a Gen Xer. I don't have a problem because we grew up making fun of each other. There's no sensitivity here because I don't care. Literally. Yeah, well, Gen X is a hard bunch. They're a hard-headed bunch. They're not, Gen X, though, those are the first kids, the parents just left them home. They had to babysit their own. They had no babysitters. Gen X had to babysit their own selves. The latchkey kids, right? I hope I'm saying it right. You see. He said, I don't really know what was up with Bill Cosby. Some say he did it. Others say it was woke Hollywood attacking him. I won't get into that rabbit hole. Well, I don't know if you guys remember Reaper Rel, but we've spoken on this when I used to invite him on the channel. I haven't seen him in a while, but we talk about this. Bill Cosby was the test. He was the how do you call it? What do you call it? The litmus test, right? We fell for it. And because we let Bill Cosby go down, even though he's not an angel, I'll say that he's not an angel, but that was Pandora's box to now where bitches can be like, you can be dead. And then the bitch could be like, well, in 1954, this man did this to me. And it can fly. So we didn't, as men, but particularly black men, we didn't come to Bill Cosby's defense because of personal reasons, because, Bill Cosby liked to play holier than thou. So when Cosby got caught up in what he got caught up in, most of the comedians were like, ha ha, instead of not realizing that a terrible precedent has been set where now bitches can say you did something 20 or 30 years ago with no proof and it can fly. So that was, we are, yeah. That was a litmus test. We failed it. We failed the litmus test. B. Watkins says, I see so many stepdads get treated like dirt. I don't know how they put up with it. Oh, Lord. So Manor Clip says, let Manor at least have a discussion with you about what? That he's not a simp? I'm not going to waste my time arguing why a man is not a simp, even though he's a stepdad. What are you going to tell me? I got to debate Donovan Sharp next. I got to debate Donovan Sharp next. Then I got to debate who else? Like, I don't get. So what's the argument here? So you guys are just saying debate. What's the argument? What's the prompt here? You debate me, bro, ass ninjas. What's the debate prompt? He's not that much of a simp. Like this. What? Bruh. I don't know if I can make myself more clearer. So Manor Report says you don't deserve anyone watching you. Okay. I will take all your viewers. Okay. That's kind of weird. Like, even remember when I did the DDG stream and I had a couple of female detractors, even they weren't saying weirdo stuff like that. That's kind of weird. That's weird. So B. Watkins says, Manor reports mad. He smashes your looks match and crushes on daily. Let's not go there. Let's not go there. These guys will be devastated. These guys, yeah. These guys would be devastated if they knew. So let's not even go there. Let's not even go there. They would be devastated. B. Watkins also says, I will say Cosby wasn't from my time. I didn't even know who he was. I just assumed he was some dude in Hollywood who produced movies. Never knew he was that famous. Yeah, he was the guy. He was technically he was Diddy famous. I'm not saying he was a predator like that, but he was Diddy-esque famous. He was very famous during that time. But what people don't understand, the way he was when he was at the Playboy Mansion, giving hoes certain drinks, everybody, they were all up with it. This was a common practice during that time, right? That's kind of what's lost in the translation with that whole Bill Cosby fiasco. So that's like why. So when I mention stuff like that, this is where people get mad at me. I'm like, I'm not excusing the behavior. I'm just telling you what it was in the 80s. I used to work with people that grew up during that time, and they talked about this stuff. He said he knew, like, I remember working with somebody, and he said he knew hoes that went to his high school and they went to the Playboy Mansion and they were doing all types of nonsense. Like they would get plane tickets just to. This was normal stuff. So Kirkland 2742 says, wait, being a stepdad makes someone a simp? I don't think you know what one or more of those words mean. Obviously, it's a bit more nuanced, right? So obviously, if you have kids already, and like if you already had your kids already, right? Like say, for example, Cam Newton, right? He has umpteenth kids with he has he has a lot of kids, but he has like one stepchild, right? That doesn't really make him a simp because he already had a whole bunch of kids. He's a simp in other ways, but of course he's going to end up dating an older woman or taking on a responsibility with having a stepchild per se. So it's obviously a little bit nuanced, but in Andrew Wilson's case, he had no kids. He took on a woman with kids. You know, that kind of makes him really, high up there on the simp spectrum. You know. Yeah, a mid-tier simp. He's up. I'll say he's up there, though. I'll say he's up there. Yeah. So In Too Deep said, we know the reason why they want to debate. They need attention because they didn't have daddies. Let's not go there. Let's not go there. They did have dads. It's just, He said, okay, I will try to be civil, Chris Mike. Oh man. But like I said, I don't think they're I don't think they understand how the world works. Just the fact that they think that Rachel has 3 bodies just tells me everything I need to know. Tells me everything. Or just the fact, Eric Nova had said something. He had said, something earlier on where he said I was making him look good by showing him debating Naima, who's a troll. And I'm like, I'm saying she's a troll. She's doing this for attention. That's not something to brag on. But he thinks I'm making him look good by showing that debate. That shows me where your mentality is as a man. Like as a man, that's not where your mentality should be. You know, that's just my opinion. Yeah, the 80s was wild. The 80s was wild. that's like, so that's why I don't think it was fair for these hoes to come out on Cosby because the 80s was wild. Be nice, In Too Deep. Be nice. But anyways.
And that's okay because abortion is there. And so abortion basically hides the crime. And so what my wife should have done is just have a series of abortions. And if she had done that, then she wouldn't be viewed as promiscuous by society. That was her argument. Abortion.
Now he's being disingenuous here. So that's the part where I had to sign off. Because I remember what happened. She was roasting you on that point. You lost your cool. You changed subjects real quick. He just brought up abortion. Oh, so what do you think about abortion? What, you think my wife should have had an abortion? And then, of course, since she's a liberal, she's going to say yes. Right. So you tricked her out of her spot. She had you pinned. But since she's a young girl, right, she didn't realize that she really had you pinned because you spurged out. Like you wigged out, right? You got mad. You lost your cool. You realized your point was undefendable because it was like right after that. Like he skipped a part. He ends up trying to say, okay, so what's so morally wrong about me being a stepdad? So he tried to argue that for a little bit, and then right when he was losing, he switched real quick. He pivoted real quick. Okay, so what do you think about abortion? I was like, damn, you let him off the hook. But that's because she's, she doesn't have much experience. And first of all, she's not a debater. Charlie doesn't clearly she was given some information about Andrew Wilson, and her point of doing the debate with Andrew was to bring up the point that he married a stepmom. He married a single mom with 3 kids, right? So that's why even me, I was saying that, Andrew Wilson, he probably got trapped. He probably doesn't understand that he got set up. But when you're a guy like Andrew Wilson, or you're a guy of his ilk, you like to debate low-hanging fruit, you can easily get trapped. Yeah, exactly. B. Watson says taking care of another man's child is a simp thing. Facts. It just is. The only way I can see myself taking care of another man's kids is say if one of my siblings have a kid and one of them passes away. Then I'll be like, you know what? He or she could stay with me. If I have the resources to, I would do that. Or make sure they're in a situation that they're not in the foster care system. Right? That's different. You're taking care of your nephew. You're taking care of your niece. Right? That's family. Right? But in terms of just taking care of another man's kid in general, nah, can't do that. we gotta draw a line. We gotta draw a line somewhere, man. Yeah. Facts. He said, let's be honest. We all know the worst part is that we know Diddy wasn't even the worst person out there. And we know there might be worse dudes out there still active. There are. Some of them even made the news, but we don't even remember their names. Wasn't the guy that run Abercrombie, like they literally caught him red-handed with like boys or being involved with trafficking young boys. I don't even remember his name, but Diddy's all over the news. Right? That's the unfortunate part. That's the unfortunate part. Harold. Was that the Abercrombie guys, the CEO of Abercrombie? Was that his name? Something Harold? Was that his name? Stephen Harold? Or let me see. Harold Abercrombie CEO unfit for trial? Or is that his? Oh no, that was somebody else. Michael Jeffries. They said he had dementia and Alzheimer's, so they basically let him off the hook. That's somebody else. Oh, so he's sending people into the chat to say I ducked Manor. But by the way, Manor's not the only one. You had Rachel's fitness trainer. You had a couple of other dudes too. They might be bots though. A lot of these people might be bots. So I gotta chill. Yeah, Mike Jeffries, that's his name. Yep. Like he was like caught, and then they said that he's unfit for trial because he has dementia and Alzheimer's. I'm like, this is crazy. This is wild work. But by the way, I predicted Diddy's downfall a minute ago. I'm like, I remember doing the R. Kelly stream, and I was just like, I mean, we talking about R. Kelly, but I'm like, Diddy's like 1,000 times worse. No disrespect. And I'm not saying R. Kelly's not wrong. I'm just saying, That's a whole other. Yo, I swear to facts. This better not be a burner account. this better be an actual subscriber to Manor's channel. If this is one of his burner accounts, bruh. Oh man, that's crazy work. Somebody said, "Get in the stage with Manor." Like I said, there's nothing to debate here. I don't know how many times I got to say this. There's no debate discussion. There's no debate topic. This is my critique of Andrew Wilson. Particularly when it comes to his viewpoint on marriage. There's no incentive. And deep down, he knows he agrees with that. He he messed up marrying Rachel. He knows it. This is why he got to drink. This is why he got to smoke all them cigarettes. He fucked up. Ask any stepdad that's in Andrew Wilson's shoes. They'll tell you exactly what I'm saying. They won't say it out loud because they're fucked, but they'll say exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, they exactly. They're not going to show up on Chronic stream. They're showing up on mine because they see the subscriber count. They're like, "Oh, look at this dude." Oh Lord, you know what I mean? But it was interesting that Chronic had brought that point up, and I never really noticed. I was like, "Oh yeah, there's no." I see zero detractors in the chat, but they come into my channel. Chronic was like, "Are these people really coming to your chat?" I'm like, "Bro, if I'm lying, I'm dying." Remember how shocked Chronic was? He was just like, "Wait, Andrew Wilson's fitness trainer was in your chat?" I said, "If I'm lying, I'm dying." If I'm lying, I'm dying for real. I checked out. I was like, there's no way this is Andrew Wilson's fitness trainer. And then somebody that I know literally called me personally. I'm not going to say whose name it is. He knows that guy personally. He called me personally to be like, "Hey, chill out on broski." I'm not going to say who it is. Somebody called me personally to say, "Yo, chill out." And out of respect, I did. But he made a video on me, so I got to, all my, gloves, all gloves are off. Into Deep said, "Being a stepfather or even a mentor to a woman's child that you can't discipline and you put money into, believe me, they don't call you on Father's Day when you're done with that chick." Like I said, this is what they want me to debate about. This is common knowledge though. Even in the blue pill world, they'll be like you'll have a mom. I'm talking about you'll have a single mom in real life. They'll have a kid. They find out their boy is dating a single mom, they're gonna be mad. So this is common. This is like, I really hope they're not trying to convince young men to be taking up single moms. Like, this is crazy. In the manosphere or in the so-called manosphere, what we want to call the red pill space, this is not good, man. I want you to debate. We are not entertaining a debate about that. That's crazy work. Crazy work. Oh Lord, this nigga try to talk about Islamic law. Let's move on. I just saw this comment. I'm like, good Lord, have mercy. Didn't your boy Andrew Wilson just say that? Never mind. We'll leave that alone.
Is there to hide the crime.
Jeez.
That's her argument.
What a
yeah, sick person. So what happened is a sequence of TikTokers who absolutely hate me clipped this up out of context, right, and put it out there as though I was having some kind of meltdown.
Clearly not.
Rewatching that just now, it doesn't look like a meltdown to me.
If that doesn't look like a meltdown to you, brother, like even me, I was willing to admit that I almost lost my cool on a boy half my age, and thankfully, I never showed it. Thankfully, I never showed it. I just do what I usually do. But and mind you, I didn't even say anything back. Now here you are cursing this girl out, calling her a dyke, saying that she looks. She was like, "What does that even mean?" Right? You out here cursing at her. You out here calling her a dyke in front of her face. Oh, being OD disrespectful. And you think you didn't melt down? That was not a meltdown. I don't know who you like. I'll say this, Andrew Wilson. I'm not your friend. I will never be your friend. But I'll say this, man to man. Since nobody told you the truth, that was a meltdown. This is not a good look.
It looks to me like I'm defending myself and defending my position. And this chick
defending yourself against what? All she did was bring up the truth. She said you wifed up a woman with 2 or 3 baby daddies. Right? All she did was say the truth. She didn't say it was bad. She just brought it up. And you went, "Don't talk shit about my wife." No, she didn't talk shit. She just said the truth. She didn't say it was bad or good. She just brought it up and you lost your cool.
It went personal, and so I gave her the personal jabs back. That's how it goes in debates.
Is she lesbian or straight?
She's a detransitioner.
What does that mean?
It means that she was a female to male trainee.
I can't go like that's too technical.
Did she chop off anything?
Okay.
So that's a guy?
No, that's a girl.
She identified as a man.
But took a bunch of hormones to become a guy.
Oh man.
Is what she did, and then detransitioned from that.
That's wrong.
Why would she he do that? Why if you're gonna go for it, what was was there an explanation for why she went to he and the
because she's a woman, bro.
back?
I wasn't
She's
particularly
was she attractive? She looks attractive.
I don't know, but I wasn't particularly.
I'm asking that, like, what causes an attractive girl to do that?
Oh, well, she has a mind virus. She has a leftist mind virus. Like, she's all about the gays and all about the, she's all about that shit.
So now, now she's back to a woman, but she's dating women. She's with women
and men.
Oh, she's okay.
So she doesn't discriminate. She wants both.
She does both. Yeah. So
this is the person you're debating, Andrew. Mind you, this is the person you're debating. So obviously, if low-hanging fruit can clip farm you, they're going to do it to make you look stupid. Look at the dynamics. You're debating a mentally ill young woman who doesn't know what gender she is, trying to debate politics, logic, and people are saying I'm wrong for saying, look, Andrew Wilson, you shouldn't even. I'm not saying because Andrew Wilson he's debated men, but maybe you should stop debating people like this for views. I know you're doing it for views, you're doing it for a following, but maybe chill. Maybe chill on that for a sec. But apparently I'm wrong for having that point of view.
What happened there was that exchange. Right when she tried to take a shot, I took a shot back and then went on to debunk her point. I disproved it. And she said that women should be having.
She didn't take a shot. She brought up the truth.
Abortions to basically cover up their promiscuity. That was what her actual argument was. But what her initial attempt was that I was some kind of hypocrite within my own ethical view, but never could demonstrate how.
Your life shows how. It's not a matter of she couldn't prove that I'm a hypocrite. It's already in your life. You can't go on the whatever podcast talking about 304s, what they need to do. Oh, like I remember he even did I've seen him do videos where he called out a single mom for literally choosing to be a single mom. Now, here's the thing. What's the difference between her and your wife? What's the difference between the bimbos and your wife? Because really, when the actuality is the bimbos they're looking to become a Rachel Wilson. They're looking to be a person. Okay, I have 3 kids by umpteen baby daddies. Who is going to step into that role to take that L for me? You, somebody like you. So they're trying to be like a Rachel Wilson. Rachel Wilson is the full manifestation of what these hoes are trying to end up being like. What's the difference? It's not a matter of what she has to prove. You're proving it in your own life.
So I was like, how? What's the hypocrisy?
Yeah.
What's wrong with a Christian dating a woman who has children? And apparently the perceived...
That's crazy. For him to even have to say this, that's not even
hypocrisy is that, well, you tell men that that's a low value woman or that they can't be loved. And I'm like, I've never said any of that shit. What the hell are you talking about? And I think what happens is, because I'm in red pill spaces a lot, or I'm in manosphere spaces a lot, debating with feminists and other people, that people attribute their worldview to me, even though
that's why I don't want you here. No disrespect. That's why I don't want you here, because we already know what you're here for views. You're trying to politic for views. You go on these people's podcasts, you go on these people's pages, you go to the people that you think are the most popular, so they can't talk shit about you, about your situation. Because there's a lot of those dudes, like they try not to bring it up because they're trying to be nice to you. But this is it's like the big elephant in the room that nobody can't discuss. But now especially if the normies here catch wind of this, they're like, oh God, another manosphere, another red pill adjacent man caught with a single mammy. It's laughable. It makes the space look laughable at this point, right?
I've never said any of this shit. I don't know what the hell they're talking about, right? I just had done in this debate series previously.
Yeah, to be fair to you, a guy from a Lila Rose's community as a man may say that, but that's not you. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you know how their position is I'm saving myself. I don't drink. I don't do this.
Right.
I don't do that. And I played it right my entire life. And you shouldn't do this. You're not saying that.
No. That's not the point.
Even at the beginning of the podcast, you said, I don't even like giving people advice.
I don't.
Because
it's true.
It may or may not work.
Well, and the thing is unless you're intricately familiar with a person, you're probably going to give them bad advice. And people, the thing is really funny about this is people often will lie to you. They don't want to tell you the exact details of what's going on, even when they're asking you for advice, because...
like what you just did right now.
they want to be judged a certain way. And this actually hurts the advice process as well.
Yeah.
Right? Because now you're giving them advice based on things they may not even be telling you the truth about, which could lead them astray too. That's not my...
Okay, that's from 147. I'm sorry that took such a long time. But yeah, basically from 141, if you guys want to watch that segment again, just go on a PBD podcast, type in who is Andrew Wilson, right? It should be from 1 hour 41 to 1 hour 58 if you want to watch that segment again, or if you want to watch the full 2 hour podcast, just watch this episode. Okay. I'm gonna go back and I'm going to re-listen to this interview if I get the time, if I get the chance. I've just been having so much, I have so much personal responsibility right now. So you know what I mean? So it's been kind of hard to really stream as I usually do the episodes that I usually do. But I'm gonna try to make time. I'm gonna do what I can. Oh man. Yeah, but when I saw this particular segment, I had to stop what I was doing and review it. I listened to it and I was like, I got to do an episode. I got to do a live stream on this. But anyways, let's see if I have time. Let me see if I can find. I'm gonna let this play in. I'm gonna let this play out a little bit more, and I'm gonna try to see if I can find this channel on Instagram that I've been talking about for a while. The channel that sticks up for former OF stars and pornography stars. Let me see if I can find this channel real quick for you.
My thing.
I can understand the argument, though. I can understand the argument of somebody saying, you claim to be this, but then you ended up with a girl that I can understand that argument.
Yes, but it has to have merit. So the thing is,
it has to have merit. And not only that, the hypocrisy comes if you judge others who did that. And if you do, you're going to get pushback.
Sure.
If you're doing that. But if
wow, so he basically said what I just said. But the Andrew Wilson fanboys, I guess they're gonna have smoke for him as well.
It's like
even though he's on your side, mind you.
Listen, here's the
this is just common sense. But anyways,
reason I was a mess. I was partying, I was drinking, I was doing this. I found her. She changed my life. We went through a season together. We dated for 6 years. We didn't even get married right off the bat. We were not ready to. 6 years later, we did. We've been married for 12 years. This is how our stories. Okay, great.
Well, advocation too is situations require nuance.
Right.
There may be times where I attack a single mother for the conditional of being a single mother, depending on why. So, for instance, let's say that there's a woman who says, I'm a single mom by choice because I hate men and don't want my kid to have a father in their life, right? I'm definitely going to attack that position.
Yeah.
But that's not attacking her because she's a single mother.
Yeah.
That's attacking the conditionals around why.
Yeah, I saw a video the other day. Oh my.
Anywho. Let me see if I can find that video though. Or the channel. The Instagram page. No, not Choblo. Oh. Oh man. I'm looking at all of my old bookmarks, all of my old posts. Some of the stuff is actually quite hilarious now that I'm looking back at these things. See if I can scroll a little bit more carefully. But it's crazy, like, the pivot that these OF stars are making. I need to, particularly when it comes to Nala Ray, I have a question. I'm gonna have like, if I were to meet Nala Ray, I would ask her this. I'm like, did you meet your husband on OF? Meaning, was he in the chat? She's probably gonna deny it, but there's no way. I think he did. Because Christian dudes are not going to admit it, but Christian dudes, they're the most addicted to that stuff. These are the peoples that they can't handle it. They can't handle pornography. And the reason why I think this, people might disagree with me, but they're always like the biggest advocates. Oh no, we gotta ban it. We gotta ban it. I'm like, why would you completely ban it? What's the point of doing that? Because I look at it like this. Okay, first of all, you're never gonna completely ban pornography. That's impossible. I found the channel. Here we go. I found the channel. Right? Or sorry, the page. I found the page. But I have a lot of questions with that. But since they're always like so big into, you gotta ban it, I'm like, maybe you just can't control yourself. Because I'm like, if you guys are really pro banning pornography, if you're really pro this, shouldn't you actually make it a crime? Meaning the women that have participated in this, shouldn't they serve some time for participating in this endeavor, for starting an OF account, for starting a feet finder account if they're selling feet pics. Right? That's number one. And, and like it's a whole bunch of, things where I'm looking at the statistics when they show you the statistics that 90% of the men that have a OF account, that have a username, are all married. 90%. Now, I knew that the percentage was high. I would have never thought it would have been 90%. Because I used to say on this channel, why do people think it's these so-called virgin incels that have these OF accounts? There's no way. They don't have the money to do that. They don't have the discretionary income. Virgin incels are spending their discretionary income on Fortnite V-Bucks and 2K VC and Madden Ultimate Team Packs. They're not spending their money on OF. Oh man. Yeah, 90% of male users on OF are married. I was shocked at that percentage. I was like, that's basically all of them. 90%. That's 9 out of 10 men. That's basically all of them. You know what? I've seen some things from In Too Deep. I really. Oh man, hold on. It's not. That's what I'm saying. So In Too Deep said he's such a schmuck. Listen, if you attack her position, why? I was raised, men don't argue with women. There's a reason for it. You just don't look cool. It's not cool. He's never a good look arguing with women, bro. And I'm not saying I never fell for that trap. I've told you guys plenty of times. Remember when I was on the podcast with my cousin, I was just explaining my position of things, and then they were arguing with me, and I was just shocked that they were arguing with me. So I just chilled, but it still was a bad look. So much so, after that encounter, I was like, no. Nope, I'm not going to get caught up in that nonsense. Right? And mind you, all I was doing was saying something simple. I said something simple like, oh yeah, there's no way if I had a wife, I would never allow her to go to a male strip club. That's crazy work. But they went off on me and I didn't even say anything back. I was like, oh shoot, I thought they were just trolling at first, but I'm like, oh, they serious. I'm like, they're really trying to argue me down. Then I end up doing my recon afterwards. One of the girls that was arguing with me, she's in an open relationship. The other one, she's not in an open relationship, but she's messing with multiple men. So it told me, mind you, I've met I've seen that the Spanish chick. I've seen her from time to time, but I was just shocked at the time that they were going in. I was like, oh, they dead serious. Like my cousin's manager had to step in and be like, yo, girls, chill out. And I was like, oh, they dead serious. I was laughing at first. So I was like, oh, okay. B. Watkins says, overall, it's best sometimes to play along with whatever foolishness women in mass spout. When it comes to boundaries and other things, you do have to leave the line clear. Yeah, that's all you got to do. This is my line right here. Don't cross it. Choose your battles. Facts. Just choose your battles. Facts. But I saw something that In Too Deep, he said something else, but maybe I already read it. Yeah, exactly. He said you let the woman argue with the woman and the men argue with the men. That's what you used to do in the old school days, I agree with most of that. So that's just, I don't, especially after a certain, like, don't you like after you hit puberty? Like after I hit puberty, it was just like, it's not even about cooties no more. It's just about if I have an enemy, it's always going to be a boy or a man. There's no way like a woman is an enemy. It just changes after a certain age. But I guess there's a lot of boys out here, a lot of men. They gain satisfaction. Now I've seen this guy, particularly this person that you see on screen here. I've seen him on the on these Jubilee podcasts. He didn't do too bad of a job when I saw the clips of him doing it. And he's not like he's not, male content related. Mind you, he's a person I heavily disagree with most times. But I saw him with the clips with, those kids, and it looked like he dominated. It looked like he was like damn near unstoppable. But you can tell by his energy, he wasn't trying to debate him. He was just pretty firm on his stances, and he won every encounter on the Jubilee encounter. But you compare that to Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson looked flustered. But Jordan Peterson is known as the intellectual, so to speak. But I guess, when you're a guy like him, this guy, I forgot what his name is, the guy that runs the PBD podcast. So I guess when you're like a real boss like that, you can just you can pull your boss card, whenever you feel like it. Because I remember seeing clips of him on the Jubilee podcast debating these kids, and he was just like, "Hey, look, if you really feel this way, I will pay for you to do this," and blah blah blah. And they were not, even when he offered to pay for these kids to help them with their whatever circumstances they were going through in their life, they still didn't want to fix it. And it just showed the public that you're basically wasting your time arguing with these liberals, right? You're wasting your time. He said, "I'm late. What's with Cuck Wilson this time?" Shout out, salute to the unwelcome party. Oh yeah, they invaded the chat. That's all I can say. Them people invaded the chat again. And then I got put onto a Patrick Bet David. I don't know why I was blanking on his name. When I saw Patrick Bet David do the Jubilee thing when he was arguing with those kids, he actually did a great job. From the clips I saw, I was like, oh, he didn't do a bad job. Compared to like these people that make this debate me bro stuff their life. He just went on there, was just himself, and it's like they couldn't touch him. I was very impressed from the clips I saw. I was like, oh, but he's not doing this he's not trying to own them. Because at the end of the day, they're kids. These are kids, bro, with a point of view. He just came in and said, "Okay, if you really believe in what you say, I'll pay. Look, I got the money. I'll pay for you to do this. Now, do you believe?" And they couldn't stand on it. But yeah, unwelcome party. Them people, they invaded the chat. They were trying to talk about how Andrew Wilson is such, a king for debating mentally ill liberal females. 20-year-old liberal females, right? Who are basically, they don't, and Andrew Wilson not even smart enough to realize they're just trying to clip farm him for attention. Okay, that makes sense. That's why he was so confident. So he said Patrick Bet David is a wealthy, so he used to sell insurance. All right. And he's a multimillionaire. So that's why he was on there so confident. But it's interesting when it comes to these, these so-called debates or, this versus 20 this, right, on Jubilee and on these platforms. But Patrick Bet David, from what I saw, did better than Jordan Peterson, did better than a lot of these people that people like to hold up in the air. And I'm not a Patrick Bet David fan at all. At all. Because I've heard him say some things. I'm like, bruh, no, hell no. But like I said, when it comes to like, what satisfaction do you get from debating kids or debating mentally deranged people? That's just where I'm coming from. Like, there's no satisfaction from that. And if you're gonna be if you're a person that's defending somebody like that gets satisfaction out of that, I don't get it. Yeah. He said unlike a lot of these dudes, he had prior wealth, unlike all the real estate gurus. Yeah, a lot of, and mind you, PBD, he's pro small, he's pro small hat and all of that, all the stuff that I'm against. But I give props where props is due. He was the only confident one that I saw on there that was whipping ass. But he wasn't even trying to whip ass. He was just whipping ass. Mopping the floor. He actually looked like a man amongst boys and amongst kids. One on that thing. But these people that really try to make it a thing, I don't get it. Let me see if I can actually bring that up. PBD Jubilee. Because I saw that. I saw clips of this. Yeah, when I saw this, it was Patrick Bet David versus 20 anti-capitalists. Right? If you guys get a chance, just watch it.
This is not the United States.
Just watch it. And just look at his demeanor in this. Now, this is from a person I don't even agree with on stuff like at all on a lot of his things, but he actually looked like a man amongst kids. So I got to give him his props. And Andrew Wilson might not know it, but he probably lost a couple of cool points from PBD. I'm talking about compared to Antonio Brown. Remember, Antonio Brown had a PBD podcast interview. He probably has more respect for Antonio Brown than Andrew Wilson at this point. Andrew Wilson just doesn't see it. Because you heard him ask a couple of times. He says 6-hour debate. So why are you, and you heard him a couple of times. He was like, why are you even debating this person? Why are you doing this? And he doesn't realize that's kind of code for like, bro, you kind of wasting your time. And you shouldn't be in code. He doesn't realize it. But Andrew Wilson doesn't realize he doesn't realize, but it's just like he's just saying like you shouldn't be bragging on this. This is not something to brag on. B. Watkins says, let me bring up this thing that I said I was going to bring up. He says the satisfaction for them is thinking they are more intelligent and superior until they face a remotely good debater or somebody that actually wants to debate them back. You know what I mean? He said, yeah, I don't like PBD, but overall he's a bit more decent than most of these dudes, more composed and less of a spastic fool. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for, composed. He wasn't triggered. He wasn't, laughing at people's face. He was just giving them the game. Because this is right up his alley. He's a capitalist. You guys are anti-capitalist. Let me show you what this game is. Right? But I just I encourage people, just watch that, because I only saw the clips of this one. But just look at his demeanor, his composure, or the way he's just laying down what he believes or the facts. It's actually like he's talking to kids, because that's what he's doing. He's talking to kids. He understands his position. But yeah, 6-hour bragging about being on a 6-hour debate. Them kids ain't finna watch no 6-hour debate. They just gonna see you losing your cool with a 20-year-old, and you're gonna look stupid. Even when they showed that clip to him, he doesn't even realize that they were low key like putting him on the hot seat. But for somebody that's so-called smart, he doesn't even, Andrew Wilson couldn't see it. But anyways, there's a channel on Instagram I don't know if he's conducting the interviews. I don't know if he's posting from another channel, but he's posting a lot of these clips where you have these former corn stars they're coming on these podcasts and saying that they were abused and they were like tricked into doing pornography and all this stuff. So to you, Orthodox Christians, right? It's going to be a church full of a lot of these people coming in with that game. I was tricked into doing pornography and all this nonsense. So please beware.
Would kill me.
Right.
I was.
So let me start this over. Here we go. Let's turn the volume on. Here we go.
I didn't know if they would kill me.
Right.
I was quite terrified of that. And then it got more and more threatening. And then like, oh, do you want me to hurt you now? Do you want it to be rougher? And every time I didn't look like I was enjoying it, they would refilm the scene. Yeah, eventually I just wanted it to be over. So eventually I did what they said.
Yeah.
And when the raping did finally stop, when they finally got what they wanted.
We're in trouble. We're in trouble. We're in trouble. The graping. This is what we're doing now. This is wild work.
I locked myself in the bathroom, and I eventually it was starting to get light at that point, and I eventually came out, and they had ordered room service, and we're sitting there eating burgers and French fries, watching TV.
So they were even hospitable to you. So even after the scene, they still ordered you guys food, and you complaining about what? What? We're in trouble, guys. This is going to be another, like, the old talking points are going to go out the window. This is where when we talk about the red pill is dead. No, it's not. No, it's not. This is why I was very vehement when you'll have these women talking about, oh, this is grape, this is essay. So let's take a look at this Simps channel. So here you have this whole ass nigga named Gianfranco Martinez. That's his name. Helping thousands of Christian men overcome lust. DM me quit for help. Okay. So now he's going to dedicate his life talking about today I am 4 years free of pornography. That's cap, but we'll let you have it, young sir. But now you're interviewing these broads that are regretful from joining pornography, but now they're trying to flip the script. They're trying to use your platform to say that they were raped, even though they willingly did the pornography. Now they're trying to say that they're the victim, even though they willingly did it. They willingly did the pornography. So now we're going to start taking the word of 304s that chose to be a 304. And in the guise of, oh, we need to be compassion. But you don't even realize now these hoes are going to use your platform just to crap on men that didn't even tell her to do pornography. This is something that she wanted to do. This is crazy. Look at this first sentence. She says, I didn't know if they would kill me. Yo, we're beat, bro. We're beat. We're so beat. Somebody said you were enjoying it on the video. Oh, man. The comments got me laughing. They roasting her in the comments. But yeah, this is the stuff that Christian men are doing. The so-called base Christian men are doing. We saving these hoes, right? This is what we do. This is what we doing now. And you wondering why like the average dude is just looking at the average Christian male like, oh, this guy's a beta male. Or even the average normie, just like, I don't think this is a flag that you should be, trying to raise right here. Talking about I'm for. Okay, let me look at this guy's link tree. This dude is hustling. This dude is he's trying to grift off of young men. This is a new system that I got to help men quit pornography. He's trying to put a charge on that. This is next level grifting that I haven't seen in a while. Good Lord. This is what he's grifting off of? Do you guys see this? I know y'all see this. Oh man, oh my God. This is the new TRF system that's helped thousands of men quit. Here's your free, you click here to watch the free training, but you got to put in your credit card information. Yeah, this is wild work, bro. This dude is grifting off of young men trying to quit porn. This is wow. Buy this system and you will sure. Hey boy, this is something new. I have never seen nothing like this before, bro. Let me see. I missed a lot of comments. Oh man. Uh-oh, somebody here is sticking up for Sneeko. Good Lord. That's the last person I would stand up for. That is a flip-flopping MFer if I ever saw one. You gotta find somebody else to look up to. Not Sneeko. That's one of the last people I would be looking up to. That boy got it. Nah, that ain't it. Oh no. So okay, so I'm looking at some of the comments that base lament. base lament 1702. He's going crazy. He's going crazy. He said, "Buzz, wasn't it exact? He's grifting off of young men. Exactly." He said, "But wasn't it married men that are having this problem? Why is he going after the young incel?" Exactly. Like I said, these people are predators in the guise of, "Oh, I'm a Christian," or I'm this. This guy's a predator. Just the fact that he's allowing corn stars to go on his platform and lie about what happened to them in the industry, it should show you he's trying to sell something. Overcome lust in 90 days with this. Are you kidding? First of all, there are men out there that do have this problem when it comes to, lust, pornography addiction, all this. You don't just overcome something like that in 90 days. This dude is a massive piece of sack of shit. Oh my God. What a sack of shit this guy is. Because there are, young men or men in general struggling, and then you go to overcome lust in 90 days. This is what kind of grifting are like, wow. Wow. This guy is really a POS. This guy is really a POS. To go in and you're selling a cure to quote unquote overcome lust. Click here for this free training. And then you allow 304s to use your platform to lie about the choices that they made. That's crazy. First of all, these people, they'll talk about quitting and I don't watch this, but they have a Twitter. If you have a Twitter, you're watching that stuff. You can't even avoid it if you have a Twitter. But these people have a whole Twitter account, so I'm not even trying to hear it. Because if you're really serious about, oh, I'm quitting this, I'm doing that, you would get rid of your little VPN app on your phone. You'll get rid of your little private browsing app on your phone, and you're going to get rid of your Twitter. But you're not going to do that. These people be LARPing. They be capping, man. Capping. Sorry. So base lament, are you really upset about me, what I said about Sneeko? I really hope this ain't about Sneeko. I'm like, Sneeko ain't a person to, Sneeko isn't the hill to die on, man. That's not the guy to die on. And it's no disrespect to Sneeko. I know a lot of guys like Sneeko. Candace, I kind of like Candace, but she's an actress herself. There's literally video of her when she used to be in a rap video. Like, she's a groupie. Now, I do give her props for having the balls to call out the small hats, but Sneeko, that ain't it. Sneeko ain't it, man. Respectfully, Sneeko ain't it. Oh, man. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Sneeko is a cuck. I forgot. A self-admitted cuck. So I can't even, like I said, just off that alone, I can't promote that. I can't promote him. This is very dangerous stuff, right? But yeah, like this ninja right here, Gianfranco Martinez, like this guy right here, this guy is a POS. How are you allowing 304s to use your platform to lie? So here we go. Here, he got a lot of interviews of these former corn stars. Here we go. Here's another one. Here's another one. Here's another one. Somebody got victim card in the comments.
Got my paycheck, and they don't really check in on you after the scene. There was just this gap of time where I finished the scene and I don't know when it's going to come out. And then once it did, it was very devastating for me mentally, because once the scene actually came out and people started seeing it, I sort of realized, like, oh my God, like, I can't believe I actually did this. And this was a similar feeling to after the first scene that I shot. And I could go more in depth about like what it's like, when you first get started in porn and the first scene comes out and everyone starts reacting to your decision. I got my pay.
Yeah.
The first thing that really was the most uncomfortable thing was they try to humiliate you. Like, they literally like want you to admit things on camera and embarrass you, because it's degradation. Like, that's like the whole point of the site. And they want to embarrass women and make them feel like worthless.
These hoes is acting like they didn't know what they signed up for. Like, they had no idea that this is what this. But like I said, they're gonna be able to run on it. Particularly, I'll say this, particularly Caucasian ex corn stars, they can get away with this nonsense.
And And they sort of told me like they were going to make fun of me and make me feel like a terrible person and this and that. But one of the first questions they asked me, like when the camera was rolling, is if I ever got touched by a family member. And fortunately, like I've had a good upbringing and I didn't have anything to say or admit on camera, but they didn't really prepare me for something like that. Like they were literally trying to get me to admit something that was so personal and vulnerable. And I was very sort of innocent when I was on camera, and I just sort of was like a deer in headlights, like, no, and I think that frustrated them, and it made them push harder, and like want to break me down in the video, like want to break women down. And you can't really be mentally prepared for that.
Out of all the things you could have been doing, you could have had a job. You could have been in school. They literally allow any bitch in school to do whatever the hell they want nowadays. You could have been babysitting. You could have been cooking, cleaning, doing something productive. But you chose, out of all the things to do, you decide to do pornography. And now you're trying to make the industry look like the bad. Ma'am, no. You know what you signed up for. Shout out to this woman right here in the comment section. She says, you signed papers agreeing to do this work, and you could have said no at any time. Literally. You can literally just say, like, especially now, you can say stop. And they have to honor that, because you could get a lawsuit put on you. This whole thing with this, retroactive consent thing, this is crazy.
Like, like even though they tell people, oh, like we're just going to try to humiliate you, like they don't really explain the actual.
Somebody in the comments said it was so terrible she made it twice. This is why I don't get. Oh man, here we go. She's showing a video of an ex-P star wanting the adult industry banned. Of course she wants it banned, because she wants her videos banned. These hoes act like they had no other choice. That I refuse to believe they had no other choice. I refuse to believe that. Especially now with the explosion of OF, I'm sorry, all this, no. Oh man. Let me see something. Let me see if I missed some comments right here. I think I missed a couple comments. Yeah, Sneako's not like, I'll say this, no disrespect to Base Lamont 702, but if you think Sneako was just basically doing everything that Andrew Tate was doing. So if Andrew Tate had converted to Buddhism, Sneako would have converted to Buddhism. If Andrew Tate decided to, become a Hindu, Sneako would have become a Hindu. Like that's what Sneako was doing. And then because Andrew Tate didn't accept him as easily as he accepted Aiden Ross into his personal circle, Sneako started to quote unquote question the red pill. Even though Andrew Tate was never part of the red pill, but that's his reference point. This guy is not really he's not a solid individual. You know what I mean when I say that he's not he doesn't really stand on anything. This dude, he's an idol worshiper. No disrespect, right? Exactly. These corn stars out here, they come on now. Oh man, B. Watson says these women do realize if corn is banned, the risk of an incel revolt would be higher, right? I've said this. I'm like, y'all worried about these incels now? If you take away corn, You think we having a school shooting problem now? And you take that, oh, we're in trouble. Now that's where I'm gonna be like, okay, we're in trouble now. Like even when I'll say this, I've said this on this channel. I said, like, oh my bad, guys. But if you have these corn stars, right? Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second, guys. My bad. But sorry, I was distracted. If you got these corn stars, you got these dudes, particularly the what was that? What was that? Okay, yeah, that's what I was about to say. The marriage thing. So people had talk about, how we talk about on this channel, how married men are the main consumers of sex work, right? Not only sex work, but pornography, all of that. They're the ones keeping that industry afloat. And I kept trying to say on this channel, people might not realize it now, but pornography is actually saving a lot of marriages. They just like the lame, like the mainstream media don't see it, but they don't understand that, because a lot of these dudes, they're not in a they're in a sexless relationship, etc. It's a lot of dudes in that position. So thankfully, since we have that, there's a release for men that are stuck in a bad situation like that, right? Exactly. They say Andrew Tate can't even be said to be a pickup artist. He was a con man, and he encompasses all of the traits of one. Facts. B. Watkins says, I don't think women or even Zimps, much less the government, can fathom how bad an incel revolt would be, especially if it reaches critical mass. Sure, the feds would put it down, but the country, but yeah, this is where now we're going to start looking like, no disrespect, India, right? You know what I mean? This is where women, unfortunately, especially young women, would be in danger. This is where we could reach like an India level crisis if we do something like this. In Too Deep said, and that's no disrespect to my boy, V. Shout out to V from India. Shout out to two other dudes I know off of Instagram. They like my channel. They're from India, but they understand where I'm coming from here. In Too Deep says, all my friends from high school and in the military that got married are on their second and third wives. Yeah, yeah, same here. Like I know dudes that like I went to high school with. Like I'm like, oh, this is your. How am I, bro? You my age? You already on your second? How? Now, no kids are involved. Thank God, but still, you're just like, sheesh. In Too Deep says, and I will tell you that 95% of the time they weren't getting bedtime fun after the 3 to 5 year mark. Yeah, when you cohabitate for a period of time, you're going to have to pay for your own. You're going to have to pay your own wife or your own living girlfriend for bedtime fun. In-house prostitution. Right? This is the stuff that, guys like me, this is the stuff that we're trying to avoid. B. Watkins says, I mean, sure, Chad might be 6'5" and own a lot of land and resources and have a large harem, but the issue is, for one Chad, there's 10,000 angry incels with rifles or at least knives. It would be bloody. It would not be good. This is I don't know why they're creating the monster that, like, they already think incels are like that, but incels were never like that. Incels are the least violent people. Actually, let me stop talking about the incels. I'm gonna get my channel blocked. Let me stop right now when I'm talking about the incels. Let me stop, because I remember I made a video talking about how the incels aren't the problems, and I got a strike on my channel. So let me chill. Let me chill. So I'm gonna have to cut this off. Let me cut this off. Oh, they don't. That's why. Yeah, they think like the hoes. They think they're gonna be like, oh, let me just go to Chad's castle. Let me go to this athlete that I know, bro. Their doors are gonna be locked. Have you guys ever watched the movie? Before I sign off, have you guys ever watched the Book of Eli? The movie, The Book of Eli. One thing, like, do you remember like how, like in the Book of Eli, the woman, what they were doing? Do people remember what the women were basically like? What they ended up, what most of the women had to end up doing on the Book of Eli? It was crazy. Like basically, they just you just had women in there. They just was just they just literally couldn't do anything. And you saw the situation where you had a blind lady having to sell her own daughter to her own husband, right? So the daughter belonged to somebody else, right? But because she was such in a bad way, couldn't take care of herself. It's post-apocalypse time, right? And she couldn't do nothing. And the only thing that could help her, because she was disabled, she had to sell her own daughter to a pervert. So this is, this is why I try to tell people, please be careful. Sometimes with your tongue, you can manifest your own fears. So I keep trying to tell these hoes relax with that talk, but he said, but Chris Mike moving away from the thing. Can you talk about the phenomenon about how the simp, safe, nice guys who want to protect and provide for women always suck, are weak at actually doing that? Even if you tell them, I don't even think they actually know the cost of actually raising a kid, especially nowadays. I think they underestimate the cost. It's only once they start doing it, then they realize, damn. Because people keep saying, oh no, this is only 18 years. No. When you have kids, that's for life. You're going to be still paying for them even when they're like 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. I know dads right now that are still paying for their daughters' apartments and they're like in their 30s, 40s. Car notes. These women are in their 30s, 40s. So when you are a father, it's for life. These are the guys that tend to want to upsell. These are the ones that are pushing for family, but I don't even think they even understand the cost of making a family or maintaining a family. Yep, exactly. I forgot about that part. Yeah, he said, or even worse, they were using them as bait to rob people. That's the part that I was missing, but that was the important part of the Book of Eli, where basically the women were basically useless unless they were selling their own daughters or they were using themselves as bait for other robbers to rob people. So women would play the lady in distress as a trap so they can rob the simps. This is that's the future right there. Low key, that's the future. Yep, grandchildren as well. I don't think those guys that really push for the marriage stuff and all this stuff, they don't even really know the full costs. How much you're paying when you have kids, the money that comes with it. Like you even have these conservative dudes, they'll make fun of liberal dudes for not having kids. And the irony is the liberal dudes, even though I'm not a liberal at all, but ironically, the liberal men, they actually know the true cost, financially wise, of having a kid. You know what I mean? That's the irony. They actually know the true cost of having a kid. That's why they're like, okay, yeah, we'll do what you say. They'll actually be agreeing with their liberal girlfriend. Oh yeah, we can't have kids. It's too much money, right? And then the liberal girlfriend will eventually get tired of that and then try to get knocked up. That's the trap right there. That's the trap. Because biology is an MFer. Because no matter how much you got to pay for it, the woman, she's gonna want kids, especially if she's been with you for a significant amount of time. She needs to have something to show for being with you for a prolonged period of time. Yep. B. Watkins says, LL, my grandfather at one point was still taking care of my sister's kids. Yeah, people don't know. People don't know. They like those guys that push for it. Those are guys, I don't think they know the true cost of having kids. They don't know. But, it is what it is. He said it reminds me of Fallout. Yeah, the Book of Eli reminds me of Book of yeah. That's a good analogy. That's a good analogy. But yeah, we might be closer to those times, or like, Ready Player One. That's one of my favorite movies. Ready Player One. But anyways, I think I've exhausted all the points. But just, you see, B. Watkins, at least you're here to see the chat. You saw the chat. Pyro, you saw the chat. Unwelcome Party, you saw some of the chat. Who else was in this chat? You guys saw the chat. These people that come into the stream. these people, they don't, And then on top, and then on top of that, they want you to take care of somebody else's kid with your money. We need to save the nation at all cost, ass ninjas. Really? All right. B. Watson says, yeah, Chris, my people genuinely don't know the cost of having a woman doing antics. Generations pay for it. Whew. Even how about a man? If the man that you produce or the boy that you produce does not, if he doesn't become what he's supposed to be, and then you got to take care of that, a grown ass man in your own house, like the damage that does. Man, people not ready for this conversation because you can't kick your kids out no more. Just to let you guys know, you can't kick your kids out anymore after a certain amount of time. They might sue, your own kids might sue you. So, this is a thing. Yep. He said, we all saw the chat. LMAO, all of them got scared off by the green skin energy I brought. Yeah, like I said, y'all can vouch. These people be raiding the chats. Anytime I have anything to say about Andrew Wilson. Right? He said, yeah, I've had to take care of my sister's kids, and monetarily wise, I just do it because I feel bad for the kids, not for her. Exactly. That stuff happens, man. That stuff happens. Or say if you're the one dude in the family that's actually doing well financially, or like say if you're the son or daughter, and you're the one doing well financially, even if you make more than the dad or you make more than the mom, you end up having to be the breadwinner of the family. That's a whole nother part of the conversation that, people are not ready for. They're not, these dudes that are particularly that are pushing for family the most, they don't understand the true cost. And by the time they understand the true cost, this is when they start sympathizing with us. This is when they start sympathizing with, people on this end. Then they're like, oh, I see what they mean now. Right? Yeah, he said, due to the cost of living, I personally wouldn't kick out my kids. I mean, at the end of the day, regardless, only being united can turn the tide of darkness we find ourselves in. Yeah, I agree. Like, especially if you have a daughter, you try to keep them in the house as long as, as long as you can. But eventually, I'll say past the age of 23 or 24, it's basically borrowed time by that point, Now, there's still ways like you can save money, even if you're over a certain age. You can save money by living with your parents, right? But eventually, but I'll say like by the age of 30, you got to be out. 30, you got to be out. But Who's paying for that? Who's paying for that? Are they chipping in with rent? Are they chipping in with the bills? These are things that. Yeah, exactly. I agree. He said your daughter lives with you. She's 22. Yeah, I agree. Like if you have a daughter, you gotta try to keep her as long until she finds a man that's willing to do what you're literally doing, right? Until but you gotta also encourage her to find a responsible man. You know what I mean? But like I agree. If you have a daughter, you try to keep her, as long as you can. That I agree with. That I don't. I get that. If you kick your daughter out too soon, she's gonna get that money from somebody. That's that fear. Because at least if you kick your sons out, if you could kick your sons out and get away with it. If you kick your daughter out too soon, that could easily bite you in the ass. Yeah. You got to put strong curfew. He said, if I was a father, my biggest concern was if my sons can remain united, have harmony for the next generation, and not fall to these women's jealousies and ego stroking. Like if I have a kid, if I fuck up and I have a kid, right? I would try to see if I could move outside of the States. And I say this respectfully, or it's just or like say like if something unplanned, if I have an unplanned pregnancy type of thing situation, I would try to see if I can convince me and the baby mom to move to a different country. I would try to see if I can do that. If I can't do that, then eventually I would try to be like, look, my son, he likes soccer and he wants to travel the world. I'll pay for everything. I would do something like that after a certain age, because he's gonna need to leave. He's gonna need to leave America. But that's my opinion. He said, yeah, I'm gonna retire expat somewhere else. Facts. But yeah, shout out to I want to give a shout out to Before I Hit Ghosts. Shout out to Pyro for the earlier $5 super chat. Appreciate that. My next live stream, I will be talking about Jamal Bryant, and I will be talking about I'm gonna show Corey Holcomb's reaction to it as well. I'm gonna start doing more streams of showing older Corey Holcomb clips that I saw when I was in college that really helped me out when I was a young kid. And I need to pass out this information, this piece of knowledge before they take it off of YouTube. So yeah, shout out to you guys. It is 12:13. I went an hour overtime. I thought I was going to be on for only 3 hours. So shout out to you guys. B. Watkins, thank you guys for listening in. Garrett, In Too Deep, shout out to you. And yeah, and I really like how there's a lot of people of different ages that be tuning in. So so clearly we're hitting at the right points. Clearly, we're hitting at the right points. But like I said, no disrespect to Andrew Wilson. I gotta be more strict on my channel. We had to draw a line. We got to draw a line somewhere. Yeah. But yeah, shout out to you guys. Thank you guys for tuning in. I don't know what my outro video is going to be. I have no idea what my outro video is going to be. I'm going to just have to pick one at random, man. Yeah. It's a lot of, it's I didn't even mean for it to be this way too. It's almost like same thing with like Undead Chronics crowd is much more diverse than you would expect, right? Even here on this channel, people from all different countries, all different backgrounds. It's crazy how that works. But shout out to you guys, man. Yeah, Ben 10. Let me do the Ben 10 one. I'm gonna do the Ben 10 one. Shout out to you guys. Ben 10 one is a classic, man. Shout out to you guys. Take care.
Go on. No, I sense I've made a mistake of some kind.